You're welcome, ma'am. We shall be introducing other speakers as they come in. Thank you. And now we'll bring up our moderator, Miss Rosamond Phil Othi. Pardon me, that name, pardon me. Othiliwa. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you turn to the neighbor beside you? And, okay. Sorry?
We want to take the national anthem.
Oh,
May we,
that's true. Sorry about
before we go into the session proper, can we take the national anthem? And after that, the prayers. Do you have it ready? I pledge.
Besides the incumbent Attorney General of the Federation that is male, it's basically stated that no female has occupied the nation, the one for the nation at any point in time. And then he went further and said, giving a breakdown of the composition of female lawyers in various sectors in the legal profession, the country's public sector has the highest representation of women in senior positions, with 61% of practitioners being female, followed by the corporate sector, 55%. Law firms have the second lowest number of women in senior roles, 43%, behind the judiciary, 33%. And on it goes, and summary is there is some sort of perceived imbalance. And these are conversations that, we definitely are going to have. But before we go into the meat of the matter, it's just very exciting to have you here, ma'am. And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Before we go into this real thing, we'd love you to walk us through your journey. If there's something that fascinated me about your profile is you've spent decades, from cutting across different areas of practice to becoming partner to so many things. We'd love to just hear from you in maybe a minute or two how the journey really has and what were some of the key milestone moments that really changed the trajectory of your career. Because like I always say, every great person has a story, so we'd love to hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. My story, oof. Blood, sweat, and tears. But we can smile. Well, 2 minutes can never tell the whole story, but you said milestones. One milestone, the earliest milestone, the one that set the tone. I never thought I would practice law. When I was in university, I remember once discussing with my colleagues that I'm not going to practice That's one that Professor Kasumu would talk and the judge you write. It's not like what we see on TV, so I'm not going to practice. It was so bad that I didn't even buy a wig. I didn't buy a gown. They gave me money for a wig and gown. I blew the money. I bought a wig for 600 naira. I didn't buy the gown. So for call to bar, I borrowed my friend's husband's gown. That was the extent to which I thought I would not practice. But my professor, Professor Akonki, God rest his soul, was passing by when I was making such comments. And he said to me, don't make that mistake in your life. I don't know those who know Professor Akonki of University of Lagos. Don't make that mistake in your life. People like you should be in practice. The money you think you are going to make in corporate, you can make it in practice. Don't make that mistake in your life. You know, when you are young, and look at what's this old man talking about? And I continued with my idea that I'm not going to practice. But life happens. I got married. I followed my husband to Ilorin. I was pregnant. I didn't want to work. Well, not that I didn't want to work. We thought it would be better for me not to work since I was pregnant. But I slept at home for 2 weeks. My eyes grew tired of sleeping. Have you ever been tired of sleeping? And I said to my husband, this not working, this is not going to work. I will either go crazy or drive somebody else crazy. So please. So he spoke to his colleague, and his colleague then spoke to his friend at the mosque, Malam Yusuf Ali. And Malam Ali said, okay, send her over. So I got to Malam Ali this Friday afternoon, pregnant as ever. And Malam said, madam, will you be able to walk? And I jumped up. I said, please try me. And Malam said, do you want to spoil the pregnancy? I said, please, just give me work. I don't even want money. Just give me work. I started working. We went to court. The first day we went to court, I saw this man argue his case in court. And it was like, it's fresh. I thought, yes, this is what, so the practice can be nice. I want to practice. I bought my gown in the Ilorin High Court, and that was how I started litigation, and I never looked back. Before that, I had been company secretary in a small company, and I never looked back. So that was a milestone. You need to see, I guess God uses different ways to push you in the direction he wants you to go. And my starting premise for most people is find your calling. Some people, they know their calling from when they are very young. My husband always knew he wanted to be a doctor, and he's a very good doctor. But some people, your calling finds you, or you find your calling, or you get pushed into your calling, or you stumble into your calling. But you need to find your calling. Practice is not for everybody. But the beautiful thing about it is that a law degree that you have legitimately earned, it's an amazing tool that can equip you for anything, man or woman. Especially for a woman. A law degree is an amazing tool that can get you anywhere. But you need to find your calling. Because if you are in a place that is not, and what is your calling? Your calling is that thing you do that does not stress you out. That would stress out the next person, but will not stress you out. You look at the person and say, how can you do this thing? It's that person's calling. Person gets pushed down, gets up again, and is able to go running. You think, if I do this thing, I can never be a doctor. Patients will just be dying, and I will be running away. It's never going to be my calling. But you need to find your calling.
Please, can we just give you a round of applause for that? You literally were at a point in your life where you just realized that I can't continue like this. And you just took that step out. And it's super encouraging to know that. Thank you very much, ma'am. It's good to have you. Please, can we celebrate Ms. Chitabe? We are very, very encouraged by some of the things you've done in the public sector. You've been there for such a long time. And we know how sometimes it could be perceived to be very slow, bureaucratic, and all that. I would love you to also work out, this is a question in your journey. How was it at the beginning before you transitioned and grew to the point where you are now? Talking about key things that stood out for you and you experienced in your course of rising, even, to the point that you got to at this moment. We'd love to hear your story, actually.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Learner Silk. Good morning to everybody. Well, it's been an interesting journey. I smiled when Mrs. Akerodolu said that she didn't want to practice law. That was exactly the same mindset I had when I first obtained my degree. And when I got the degree, I was like, well, after I passed my exams, then the first degree, then my dad insisted I must do the master's. After the master's, I felt that I was never going to have to read again. I was never going to have to see another law book. And that was the end of it. But unfortunately, law school came calling, and I had to go to law school and all that. Now, joining the Ministry of Justice, to me, was something that I never actually intended in the first place. Joining the public service, you know, with all due respect, in those days, when you visit the ministry, uh, you don't really want to work in that environment. You begin to think, oh, what are people doing here? It's not like the private sector where everything is all looking nice and people are. But when I joined the ministry, I found out that people who were working there were actually good, hardworking, intelligent people, different from the perception that the private sector normally have about public service. And the perception, I don't know where it comes from, and the perception is that there isn't a lot of work to do in the ministry and all that. But when I joined, I found out that there's actually a lot of work to do in the ministry, and also that there are opportunities for you to handle any case at any level, such that a level 9 officer will probably have a file dumped on you that somebody who has been in practice for probably 10 years may never have the opportunity to handle such a case. So, from the early stages, you begin to build your experience, and you have people who are there to mentor you. You are attached to them as your group head, and they're able to mentor you. Now, I think the turning point for me and what really changed the trajectory of my own career or my mindset was when I was called by one of my senior, now with all due now a retired judge. She felt that I needed to be more engaged, and she added my name to a research team. And this team were doing research for the then Attorney General. And we had to work long hours, really long hours, and all that. So, as I got myself involved in that team and doing the research, I found out that I actually enjoyed the challenges that were coming up and how we were overcoming those challenges, all the legal issues that were being thrown up, and when we get to court, how this um, were being delivered by Attorney General. So it was a total turnaround from not wanting to go to court and practice to actually being interested in actually uh, law and practice of law, you know. So from then on, I was more interested in doing the research work, going to court, and of course wanting to win cases all the time. And we had seniors who were like mentors to us, brilliant people, and we also try to mentor our juniors. So the important thing is that when, as a woman or anybody for that matter, if you are um, in an organization, for example, like the public service, you have to be intentional about how you want your career to, to go, the trajectory of your career. What do you want to achieve at the end of the day? Do you want to um, a lot of people aspire to go to the bench, to become just judges. Some may aspire to become senior advocates of Nigeria. Some may aspire also to just retire into farming. You understand? So, but you must know what you want as a person and where you need to be. And then you begin to work towards that. Of course, in doing that, whilst you're doing your hard work and doing what you enjoy doing, opportunities may come that you don't expect. And such opportunities, you can only utilize it properly when you are already prepared and well tooled to use such opportunities. So for me, I believe that every woman, or I don't believe that regardless of your gender, nothing is stopping you from achieving what you want to achieve, provided you're ready to do the hard work, the research, and you have the proper mindset for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together.
We have another of our guest speaker in the house. We have Mrs. Titilayo Akinlawo. Titilo, I'm sorry, ma'am. Titilola Akinlawo, SAN in the house. When we started, we have the profile of all the speakers on the program. Somebody met me and said, why didn't I read it out? It's just because we started the program a bit behind schedule, and I believed, I took it for granted that their profile had been adopted. Pardon me, madam. I believe your profiles have been adopted. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. We celebrate you, ma'am. You're welcome. Please let's put our hands together also again. You're one of the great names that we hear when it comes to litigation. You're just very passionate, one of the very senior advocates of Nigeria, and it's such an honor to hear from you and learn your story. Before you came into the room, we've been asking our distinguished speakers how their journey into law began. Because one of the things I said, and I made mention of, is every great person has a story. They always have a story. They have that thing that just triggers them into that, purpose and what they are doing. And you have yours, and we would definitely love to hear that. So we'd love you to share that with us in a minute or two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies for coming late. It's not in my character. I left my house early enough to get here, but it took me 3 hours from the Long Bridge to get to Baga. Yes, I got to Long Bridge at 8 o'clock, and I'm just getting here now from the Long Bridge. So it's not in my character at all. So I apologize to everybody for coming late. Now, my story. Where do I start from? Really, I was not interested in studying law. I wanted to study economics from my A-levels. I did very well, but I would not have been admitted to study economics because I did not have a credit in maths. I only had a P7 in maths. So the social science people were like, hey, you've done very well in your A-level results. Why don't you go to law? Well, of course, those days, there were only 5 universities in Nigeria. And I only applied to 1. And that was how I found myself in law. And the truth of the matter was that when I was in school, when I was in the university, I really did not appreciate what I was being taught. Yes, I was passing, but it had no meaning to me. I really did not grasp the thing. Like when we were in the law school, they would say that, oh, order 10 is a compulsory question. That you must pass or you must understand. I didn't understand what they were talking about. But, and the drawback for me there is that it's not good for us to go to the university too early. I became a lawyer by the time I was turning 21. It had no meaning to me. It's good that I was one of the people that advocated that University of Ibadan, when it was started by my principal, Professor Jegede, and I was the one that insisted that they must make it a postgraduate course. Lawyers, we really, really do need for lawyers not to get there too early. You would not appreciate it. But when you are mature, I think when I started practice, and I was using order 10 on a flip of the finger, I was like, but this thing, there's nothing there. Why did they make it so impossible? It was because I was the one at fault. I was too young. My mind was not matured enough to appreciate order 10. Anyway, that is by the way. I finally passed out of the Nigerian Law School. I went to Ilorin, Kwara State for my youth service. I was posted to Kwara State College of Technology as a lecturer. I was lecturing HND2 students, building and technology, something. Those were my students. I mean, these were babas, that came in for in-service training. So you can imagine a small fry like me, even though I'm this tall, but I mean, looking at me, you know that this one is a jambite of some sorts, But when I come into the classroom, we got on very, very well. And they even invite their friends who are not supposed to be in the class. I was supposed to be teaching 35 students. By the time I will get to the class, I will find like 100. What's the point? Why are you here? Who is not supposed to be here? Of course, everybody will keep mute. I will get on with my job, and whatever. I had a nice time, but because I had too many hours on my hands, I joined the law firm of Wole Olanipekun & Co. as a pupil counsel, and that was where I was introduced to litigation, and that was where I picked the bug, and I have remained a litigator ever since. My first case ever was with Chief Wole Olanipekun. He just dumped me in the courtroom and a colleague in another court and left. But the day before, he had made us to sit in at the pretrial conference with the client and what have you. And probably because when it was time for the case to be called, the case was stood down. He was there when the case was stood down, and he left. And apparently he had told the magistrate that he should ask us to go on with the matter, So when the case was recalled, and I said, maybe the honor should stand the case down. My principal, he said, which principal? Are you a lawyer or not? And I was really very jittery, I said, of course I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer. He said, you go on with the case. I'm not standing anything. I was so petrified. But when I started the case, it was a criminal matter, traffic offense, and what have you. And there and then, after cross-examining the principal witness of the prosecutor, the magistrate summarily dismissed the charge and acquitted my client. I mean, you can imagine, that was it, and that was how I got the bug being a litigator. And truly, I say that although litigation can be very frustrating, I admit, but it is most rewarding if that is what you have passion for. The day you go to court, for me, a good day is the day I go to court and I cross-examine a witness. I'm on top of the world. I appreciate it. I enjoy myself tremendously doing cross-examination. There's nothing about leading your witness in evidence again, since it's all written, and that is just for you to be able to put in the documents if you have exhibits. I worked with Professor Jegede for maybe 19 years. I had no intention of setting up, I had no intention of setting up a law firm, it wasn't what I thought a lady should do, you know. I've always thought that it's good to be in a group and what have you. But here I am today. The law firm of Akinlawan Ajomo that I founded with my partner, Mr. Ibukwan Ajomo, in 2001 is 22 years today, and it's ongoing. There's so many lawyers there working there. I'm kind of slowing down, stepping down. My contemporaries are retiring as judges of the High Court of Lagos. I'm staring at one of them. They're all getting to that point. So it's time for us to slow down, step down. But I must say to everyone that just like my namesake said, you must be intentional about it. You have to be intentional. Well, I never set out to become a son or anything. It wasn't, I was just doing what I enjoyed doing, you know. And I recall that after a while, down the story of sons, after a while that I've been in practice, a friend of mine who was a son told me that, look, Titi, if you want to continue to be in advocacy, you must become an SCN, otherwise you will be frustrated out of it. And I thought to myself, well, they told me that because they wanted to give somebody from the Southeast, that would be the first time somebody from the Southeast will become a son, no, you let them go to, I'm not interested. But when I was invited to take a brief in Osun State, huge brief, and I was denied because I was not a son. Aha! So I now realize that this is what my friend meant. This is the frustration. And somebody who was my junior, who had become a son some glorious years far before I would even think of becoming one, had to lead me. That, I tell you, was a bit too much for me. So that was the day I knew, oh boy, it's time to start pursuing this. I wasn't looking at it, I wasn't bothered, but that brought it home to me vividly that if you really want to be a litigator and remain in it, at my age, you really have to start looking at becoming a son. So here we are today, is all now.
Please, can we celebrate that? Thank you so much for sharing your story.
We have another of our guest speaker in the house, in person of Mrs. Funke Adekoya, SAN. You're welcome, ma'am.
I'd just like to apologize to everyone for coming late. I had accepted today's invitation indicating that I would not be able to be here at 10, and that if they wanted me because I had another meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock, and that if they wanted me here, I actually said I would only be able to get here for 12, and that therefore they should just schedule me last, and I would meet the panel once I finished my meeting. So I do apologize that I'm late.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And before you joined the panel, I'm sure you heard what she was talking about. We're basically taking a trip in time, going back to the beginning and some of the key milestones that have shaped who we are and practice. You've accomplished so much. And we really look up to you as an inspiration. And just as I said before, the Leonard began to speak, I said, great people are known by their stories. And these stories are what, encourage a generation. Sitting in this audience, we have legal practitioners of all ages, of all stages. And, we would just love to hear from you, just key milestone moments in your journey getting to this point that, we can learn from before we go to the real matter of the day, which is, of course, the topic, as you can see. So the mic is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
You don't even give me a minute to catch my breath and listen to the other stories. qualified in 1975 and started legal practice. My intentions when I graduated in 1974 and the decisions at that time was that I was going to go to law school, I was going to go to do my youth service after some battle, and I would go back to the university to teach. I would go back to the university to teach. So with that discussion that I had had with my lecturers, the only argument was as to whether I wanted to serve my youth service in the university. I'm a great Ife, by the way. Great. So the only argument I had with my lecturers was that I wanted them to ensure that I was posted to Ife so that I could do my youth service teaching in the faculty. And they said no, I would have to do my youth service first and then come back as a graduate assistant and work for a year, and then they would sponsor my LLM. So I went off to do youth service. And I was initially posted to Maiduguri. So I wrote to a friend of mine who was my senior, and I said, oh, I'm coming to Maiduguri. What's it like? I've been posted to Maiduguri. What's it like, legal practice? And she said, either bring a lot of novels or find something else to do. There is nothing happening in Maiduguri. And those who know me know that I'm a very active person. So I said, I'm not going to go and waste 1 year of my life doing nothing in Maiduguri. I had no issues with Maiduguri. So I decided I was going to the NYSC office. So I went to the NYSC office, and I saw the gentleman who was in charge of postings, a doctor, I think it was Madrid Kwesi or something like that. And I said, I've got my posting letter, I'm posted to Maiduguri, but that I'm not going because I can't go to Maiduguri and spend a year doing nothing. And his attitude was, no, there's nothing we can do. You go where you are posted. If you don't go for your youth service, then you go to prison. I said, well, then I will go to prison. But I'm not going to Maiduguri. So I said, look, I have a letter from my friend who said it's a wasted year. I said, bring the letter. So I went. There was no email in those days, 70s. So I brought the letter. I went back to see the man. I said, this is the letter. So he took the letter from me and said, come back in a week or something like that. And maybe we can see where we can post you in Maiduguri. I'm like, okay. So I went back and I went to his office and he said, I've been told that when you come back, I should take you to see Dr. Amadou Ali, who was then the Director General of Youth Corps. So I thought, okay, that prison will go with this. I'm not going. So I went with the doctor, Madrid Kwesi or something. He introduced me. He said, oh, this is the file, this is the letter. Man said, sit down. You don't want to go to Maiduguri? I said, I have no objections to going to Maiduguri, but I'm not going to waste 1 year doing nothing. And you're prepared to go to prison, you've been told. I said, yes, I'm prepared. I'm not going to Maiduguri to do 1 year doing nothing. So he picked up a phone, made a call. I didn't know who he was speaking to. And he said, okay, I'll post you to somewhere where you'll be useful. Come back tomorrow for your reposting letter. And I went back the following day. I discovered I'd been posted to Abdullah Ibrahim and Co. Kaduna. That's how I started legal practice. The unfortunate thing for the University of Ife was that spending 1 year actually going to courts in litigation, I then decided that I wasn't going to go and be a lecturer. Besides which, my friends had been saying, those of you who went to Ife, you know Road 7. I swear the female lecturers live. So my friends had been like, you want to come back to Ife and you'll be living on Road 7. You'll be single. Okay. So, but because I had the intention that I was going to lecture, whilst I was in the law school, I had started applying for LLM places. I got an LLM, Harvard Law School. They gave me a scholarship. I decided I was going to do the LLM, even though I wasn't going back to lecture. So that's my story.
Wow, we celebrate that. Thank you. It's quite interesting. Just like what Leonard Six said, some people are pushed into destiny, some stumble into it, some grow in it, and some are just, intentional about it. And from some of the things you've heard, everybody's path is different, but the purpose remains the same. And it's so interesting. So we're going to move to the next set of questions because it's very exciting to know. And this question is for Mrs. Akeredolesian. You are quite a very enigmatic person. You carry a very, overwhelming personality. When someone comes across you, I've heard a lot of, positive remarks as a partner in one of the top firms, and it's quite a milestone. And frankly, a lot of us sitting in this room have those desires. Of course, it sounds very great to hear how you've transitioned and held through, but I know that the journey was not easy at any point. There were challenges you might have faced, some sort of preconceived notions about yourself, your personality, your femininity, especially as a woman in the career and the workplace. Many of us have to contend with the fact that we are called learned gentlemen and not women. We are called learned gentlemen in skirts, right? And, how have you, or what are some of the very funny experiences that you've had? Because honestly, we would love to hear them. A lot of us here may be struggling with some sort of bias in the workplace, and you have gotten to a point where you couldn't have gotten there if you didn't assert yourself at some certain point in time, either in competence, in character, or just your mindset about the work you do and the assignment you're called for. So we would love to share, I would love you to share with us what are some of the key experiences you had, the challenges particularly, especially coming from someone of your caliber and having gotten to this point in time. We just love to hear that also in a minute or two. Thank you. If you can have another microphone.
$1 million question. It's been challenging getting to where one is. One experience maybe that I can use to capture the answer to what you said is once I had a trial and the lawyer on the other side in the preliminaries, okay, I'll do another one. There was a matter I was sent to handle. I spent the weekend reading, studying. My guy had given me the file on Friday. Huge file. Chief Awomolo was my boss then. He gave me the file. I said, you are going to handle this on Monday. I was pregnant with my second child. And I looked at the file and said, and the client was a big, high-profile client who always wanted my boss to go for the matter. I said, I will quarrel with you. He said, are you not a lawyer, my friend? Go and handle it. The way Mrs. Akinlawa was, I think the Ilorin captains had this way of throwing you in at the deep end. So I spent the weekend studying the file, really chewing the file. So I got to court on Monday. My stomach was out here. And then my client comes and sees this pregnant woman. I said, oh, you shall like a particular man she. Oh, my run lawyer, wa o ran obìnrin. Ó tún rán obìnrin rán ètò lóyún. Ta ni ó mọ̀ pé kitchen lawyer kóbìnrin wà. So I don't like what Boyega does. For those who don't speak Yoruba, I don't like this thing that Boyega does. Boyega Omolo is my guy. We said we should send a lawyer. He sends a woman. He sends okay, not only does he send he sends a pregnant one. Who doesn't know that women belong in the kitchen? I looked up and I said, God. And we had a bad case. So what am I going to do today? But I didn't join issues. The lawyer on the other side had come from Lagos. Remember, this is Ilorin. Sharp looking. He's now an SCN. Sharp looking. He looked at me and said, hello, madam, how are you? When were you called? I said, I'm 2 years at the bar. I said, very good. I said, and when were you called, sir? I've been at the bar for 10 years. I said, today is today. And the only thing I was on top of was my file. And the law. Few pieces of law that supported my bad case. So the lawyer from Lagos, with his sharp suit and everything, argues very well. Me with my big stomach. When he sat down, is that all? You are finished. Your submissions. I said, yeah. It's okay. When I started, even I knew that I performed on a very bad case. When we finished, the judge adjourned for ruling. Major one, my client came and said, you are a lawyer. And he gave me 500 naira. 1994. 1994. Gave me 500 naira. You tried. I know our case is bad, but lawyer, you tried. Go and get my uncle to The lawyer on the other side, have you ever considered lecturing? You make a very good lecturer. He said, thank you. I whooped your ass. But you know, it's a tough terrain out there. As a woman, they underestimate you. In this business, oh, but you must surprise them. And how do you surprise them? Know your file. You must have a mastery of the facts, such that if they wake you up at 2 a.m. and say, what did the defendant do on Monday, 15th of June, 2020? You say, that was the day the witness did this, that, and the other. You must. Of course, we're assuming that you know the law from what you were taught in school and from practice. But then acquaint yourself with the relevant law. And you cannot go wrong. But there's no shortcut to it. You must acquaint yourself with facts. What I do find, though, as you grow older, your connection with the facts tends to reduce. I miss those days when I was the junior. I knew all the facts. I could recite the facts of whatever case it was from the top of my head. But now that one is getting older, somebody will review and give you a summary. There's nothing like reading the facts and acquainting yourself with the law.
Please, can we celebrate? Thank you so much. Wow, I can only imagine. If we caught what she said, normally you'll be underestimated, but do what? Surprise them, right? So that's one thing that I'm taking away from that. To you, Ms. Shitabe, so I'm going to so you've actually, you became Chief State Counsel between 1996 and 2006. You joined the civil service in 1994, and now you've risen to the rank of being the Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary for the Lagos State Ministry of Justice. And there was something you said when you were speaking first. You talked about the fact that there's a perception that people have of public service, right? Things are slow, it takes a lot of grades and all. And you grew through the ranks because you come in just a state counsel and you just had to do that. But I'm interested in knowing those challenges in experience, some of the practical things you experienced and how you surmounted them, especially the ones that pertained to the bias that they would have, that women do not really, they just sit down. This is where they come and rest, right? That kind of perception. So how did you deal with that? And if you could share an experience or two, very grateful. Thank you.
When you read out the statistics on the survey that was done by, I believe it was International Bar, the public sector, for example, Ministry of Justice, I think we have more women than men In fact, I think the percentage is about 75% to 25%. Uh, Workforce is about, we have about 426 lawyers. Of, out of that, we have about 75% of those are women, only 25% are male, and we have 13 core law departments, and only 2 of those departments is occupied by a male director. By a male director, so 11 are occupied by women. So that will tell you that is mainly a women's ministry, so to speak. So you are not, and it's always been like that. You have more women in the ministry than men at any given time. But nevertheless, what I met was that you find that even though the male are few, they tend to hold quite higher posts than women. But my own experience in terms of bias is very limited. I recall I had a very dynamic, brilliant, intelligent boss, and I don't mind mentioning his name, Mr. Fola Atowore. In fact, he was the first senior that I was assigned to as a group head. And he had a habit of just dumping files and giving you the push to just go to court. He believes there's nothing you can't do. He will encourage you and say, just go. But then it's okay when you go to the high court, you've been going with your seniors, and then you understand how it works, and you've prepared your case, you've learnt the ropes. But one day I was just walking on the corridor on my own, minding my own business in black, because we tend to have, at that age, you don't have a lot of resources, so most of your clothes, you have them in black, like a uniform. So you go to work every day in black, more or less. And then he said, Titi, come here, what are you doing? I'm like, I just came in just tonight. He said, okay, come to my office. Where is your wig and gown? I said, I didn't come with my wig and gown, take mine. And then he said, give me this bulky file, and then law reports about this. I'm like, what's going on, sir? He said, you have to go to the Court of Appeal. I said, Court of Appeal? He said, yes, this case is coming up. We didn't realize you are the only person I've been around. You are in black here. They take my wig, and I went, not knowing that he was also coming to Lagos. So I got into the Court of Appeal, and I saw 3 judges sitting, and I was like praying, God, how am I going to do it? Then they took light. I was very happy. I gathered my stuff, and I'm like, oh, easy way out. They are going to adjourn everything. Before I got to the door, they brought. I'm like, what is going on here? So I said to a very senior man next to me, I said, are they going to sit? Because it's already 10. He said they are still going to sit. So, young lady, you better stay. I said, okay, sir. And then they filed in. I couldn't breathe properly. I'm like, how am I going to address them? In the first, am I going to say, my Lord, would you respect my Lord, would you? I hadn't been to the Court of Appeal at that time. So I said to the man, elderly lawyer, a male lawyer, and I said to him, sir, look at my file. This is what I have. My boss just gave it to me this morning. Then he said to me, who are you representing? I said, I'm from Ministry of Justice. He said, okay, so you are representing government. He looked at it. And I learned a lesson that day. He looked at it and said, well, this is Federal Attorney General. You're supposed to be one of the respondents. So all these are federal. I said, no, yes, the Attorney General. I said, but your own is Lagos State Attorney General, not federal. I said, what does that mean? It means that you are not supposed to be here. I said, Is that correct? So what am I going to tell them? He said, just tell them that you are not, you are just here out of respect for the court, and that you are not a party to this suit, and you don't know why you have been served, blah, 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 and all that, you know. So when it got to my turn, I was watching, of course, what people were doing. Some were saying, my lords. Some were saying, like, this honorable court, lordships. So I was practicing which one would suit me best. Which one can you say properly without looking at them? And, you know, I'm like, okay, I think the court will do. This honorable court will be fine. It will just calm down. And I did. And they were nice to me. I think they could tell that I was a greyhound. And they helped me along. I said, why? I said, I can't announce my appearance for the Federal Attorney General and all that. And eventually, the other party couldn't say much about it. He actually wanted to sue the Lagos State Ministry of Justice and not the federal. So he had to withdraw and all that, discontinued to go and fight. So I was happy, achieving something that was by accident, really, or by somebody else's mistake. And I went, and since then I've been able to go to the Court of Appeal on my own. But one thing that it taught me was that you don't need to panic. Look at your processes. Look at what you have carefully. Read your file. You know, acquaint yourself, like she said, the Lanya Silk said, with the facts of the case. The facts, very, very important. Application of law, yes. Law, you can argue one way or the other. That is why we have for, and that is why we have against. Even sometimes, you know, probably that, you know, this may not fly. But because you have your back against the wall, you will still push that position because you are hoping that the judge does not know better. You understand? And that you get away with it. So sometimes you do that. So, you know, in terms of bias, I recall going to the Court of Appeal once, and the then president of the Court of Appeal, I appeared, three of them seated, and it was a fundamental human right application, appeal on the fundamental right application that had been taken in the lower court. So I needed a matter in Abuja, and we are just being served today. We need the counsel to go. I think even me as a director, even now as a PS, I'll probably think about male lawyers first, because I don't want to disrupt the female woman from her responsibility at home or to her children. So this is the kind of thing that underline the mind in your subconscious, that you are not aware you're thinking that way. Even though I'm a woman, sometimes I think that way. I'm like, no, let Mr. So do. I think I'm doing the female lawyer a favor. Do you understand? I think I'm doing them a favor. Whereas, you know, so these days of technology, I believe that we can overcome this issue of mobility. Women can connect online to do what.
Thank you for being very open and very, very vulnerable with us. We really appreciate it. And if there's one thing that we know is, regardless of the statements of people, right, that should not discourage or affect the productivity that, that we're meant to, show. So thank you very much. Please, let's celebrate her again. So we're getting to the meat of things. Leonard basically talked about being in court while she was heavily pregnant, right? You find that in itself, is such a feat. You have a lot of people who have this mindset that as long as once I get into that part, everything ends. I was passing by the room and I was hearing a conversation, right, where they say women who are put in the motherhood way, it's hard for them to come back to practice. How many of us have experienced, or someone, or some of us are in even that season ourselves? Leonard Sigmam, this question is to you because you're one of the earliest SANs, and it's such a very big feat. The journey to silk. The Leonard Sig, Mr. Dejibe, my mentor, And I look up to him so much. There was something he was saying as he was introducing this event and said, we do not have a senior advocate in the IKEJA branch from me as a woman, right? And it's a lot of things to consider because it's not a position that is reserved for men. And this is without prejudice, not saying that women do better at it, but it's a title. Anybody can have it, right? And what your journey to getting that, was it easy? Was it, did you have to do something extraordinary? And we have 3 Leonard 6, so it'd be great to hear your perspectives as well. What was the journey to get that title for you? Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd love to hear from you.
Journey to silk. One of the things I learned later in life, and that Mrs. Aquila once stressed when she spoke, is that if we want to make law a career and not just the job we do until something better comes along, we need to be intentional. I was not intentional about becoming a senior advocate. It's occurred to me in the late 90s. By then I was nearly 20 years at the bar. When I started to see lawyers that I felt I was as good as, if not better than, in terms of litigation, in terms of areas of practice, in terms of oral advocacy, my juniors at the bar being elevated. And then I thought, okay, maybe this is something that I myself should aspire to. Took me 9 years.
Wow.
9 years in the sense that I applied 9 times.
Wow.
Before I was elevated.
Wow.
And it's not easy. At that time, we didn't have chambers inspection. So at least I didn't have to spend millions recouping, renovating, furnishing the chambers. But you did need to have the cases. And at that time, you needed 6 Supreme Court cases. So getting your cases, and we know how slow the Supreme Court is. That's one. Secondly, as I discovered later on, there was then definite gender bias in terms of elevation to silk. So I kept on applying. Nothing would happen, and then somebody would say, don't worry, next year. Don't worry, next year. And at a point, some seniors felt, we really think we need to help you. So a particular senior sent me like 10 cases that he wanted me to assist him on these matters. And he had taken silk. So I was very grateful. And I looked at the cases and I said, okay, that will be, I said that'll be 300,000 per brief for me to take over these matters. The man said, I want to help you to get silk. You're asking me to pay you to do these matters? Please send my files back. Of course, I wasn't intentional. I didn't understand what is common practice nowadays. I just sent the files back. How am I going to do 10 cases for free just because I want to become a senior advocate? So all the cases that I put forward, nearly all, were cases that I had worked on from beginning to end. There were a few senior advocates who then said, I have this matter I haven't concluded. Please take it on and add to your portfolio. And I appreciate them and acknowledge them. There were incidences along the way. There were years when people who had pity on me in the Supreme Court, at least on 2 occasions, would phone and say, Madam, tomorrow is the closing date and they have asked us to compile all the files of people who have applied. And we've been to your file and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. And tomorrow is the closing date. So we don't have to take your file. There's nothing other than your application. All my cases, because as I would have a case, I would send the certified true copy. And I discovered later that there was a scam. The chaps in the registry would take your case, Tipex your name off it, Tipex the name of the lawyer who had bought the case into the record, re-photocopy it, and it belongs to somebody else. And I think around 1998, I became senior advocate in 2001. I think around 1998 or 1999, this scandal exploded. But anyway, those years, I had no cases. All my cases had been sold to people who are intentional about becoming senior advocate. So I think around 98, 99, there was a directive that then went out from the Supreme Court that when judges are writing judgments, they should mention the name of the counsel in the body of the judgment. Not just counsel for the appellant, counsel for the respondent, plaintiff's counsel, respondent's counsel, and then at the end, you have appearances. So for claimant, so. And that's why you started to see the name of counsel, at least at the High Court, in the record, in the judgment. It was a result of that scandal. The second thing that I know in my journey is, and this is a question now of bias, and I discovered it after firstly before I was elevated. There was a particular year, somebody spoke to me, somebody also who wanted to help, and said, look, you can't sit in Lagos and expect to be an SAN. I said, oh, what am I supposed to do? He said, oh, when you appear before, first of all, he said you have to go to Abuja and see the Supreme Court judges. I said, and see them and say what? He said, you have to introduce yourself that I have applied for SAN because they need to put a face to the name. I said, so what? I will just knock on their door. And I will go inside. I said, my Lord, I am Choir. I should let you know that I'm applying for senior advocate. He said, yes, so that's how we do it. It's a male colleague wanted to help. He said, yes, so that's how we do it. You can't sit in Lagos and you're just sending case. You think that's how you are going to get it? So I said, what happens if I carry my two-leg waka into a judge's chambers, introduce myself, say I'm applying, I say I should introduce myself, my name is, and I'm applying for SAN, I would appreciate your assistance. And then as I'm leaving the chambers, the Supreme Court judge smacks my behind and says, how about dinner? The lawyer turned at me and said, how badly, that's left to you. How badly do you want to become a senior advocate? So that is bias. I don't want to say that that's the reason why I applied 9 times, because I didn't know how to be intentional. I don't want to say that that's what it takes, but it was something that occurred to me. Because if you walk into a situation where somebody has influence over your life and you're asking for a favor, let's address the elephant in the room, sexual harassment. You have to think about it. And so I said, okay, I'm thinking, I'm sitting in Lagos, so not going to see anybody or talk to anybody. But then I found a champion, because your work will speak for you. I went to an event, and a Supreme Court judge came up to me and said, when when are you applying for SAN? I said, my Lord, I've been applying. My name is not on the list. Each year they will say, better not, better this time. I said, I even applied this year. Then he said, okay. You know, this thing is done on some sort of state, regional, geographical, geopolitical block basis. Yeah, okay. This year we gave another senior advocate, female, yeah, from the same geopolitical area. So don't worry, your turn will come. Okay. So each time I would meet this judge in Lagos, say, so my Lord, how far? So, this year we gave, and he would name who got it. Your turn will come. The point I'm trying to make is, your work will speak for you. It helps if you have a champion who will speak on your behalf in the places that you are not there. So that you don't put yourselves in a situation where somebody is going to say, she took her leg to walk out of my office now. What's she complaining about? That I was asking for dinner, or I was asking for, what did she expect when she came? So I thank God I didn't have to do that route. But you need to be intentional. You need to be aware. Final thing, you need to have encouragers. And I always tell people this story. In the year 2000, the list came out. And that was the 8th consecutive year that I was applying. And I didn't get it. And I had made up my mind. But if I didn't get it by the year 2000, I wasn't in the bother. So the list came out, and I didn't get it. Early in January 2001, and I tell everybody this story. Early in January 2001, I was in the Supreme Court for a matter. And Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, called me. I said, Auntie, have you put in your application this year? Maybe this is the year God will do it. And I said, no, I'm not applying anymore. He said, what? He said, I'm not applying anymore. If I apply this year 9 times, God does not want this for me. He has other things. And Mr. Fagbemi, SAN, said, please, don't stop applying. Don't give up. He then told me the names of some women who had applied, didn't get it, 2 years, 3 years, they stopped applying. He said, there are women after you who will be looking up to you if you don't get it. Then they will think it's not possible. Please just keep on applying. When God says it is time, it will come. That was the year I got it. And I only applied because Mr. Fagbemi spent nearly 1 hour preaching to me about why I needed to keep on applying. So never give up if you have an objective. But put it in prayer. If it is what God wants for you, it will come at the time it will give you the greatest glory. Come on. Now, the final cap on that story is that the following year, the Supreme Court judge who had decided to be my champion, I met at another function in Lagos. And I said, oh, uncle, how many female SANs are we getting this year? The man looked at me. The number that you have, is it not enough? I was number 5. There was no female senior advocate in 2002. Don't give up. Be intentional. Be ethical. And let your work speak for you. And if that is what is destined for you, it will come to pass. Whatever it is you lay your hands on, whether it is senior advocate or judgeship or any other position, if you are intentional, if you are ethical,
If you are upright, you let your words speak for you, it will come to pass.
Please, can we celebrate? Thank you. That's such a beautiful story, and it's such an encouragement to as many of us who have applied for something and you've not gotten it once, twice. Until you get to the ninth time, don't stop trying. All right? So then I'll take yes, ma'am. This story really means a lot because it's just very interesting, right? Do you have similar stories that you can share with us? Because it's a real thing, right? So we would love to hear yours and how you actually overcame this. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think I applied about 4 times. But the very first time I applied, I kind of mentioned it earlier. That time, it was only the Supreme Court justices that deliberate on who becomes. So this particular year, I was told, well, you always have somebody in there that would give you information. A justice of the Supreme Court told me that, well, you are young, you will still become. We decided to give it to the first woman that will come out of the Southeast. That was the first time any woman was coming to that level from the Southeast. So, and she had been Attorney General, that we decided to give it to him. You will become another time. Like that. I mean, I was so discouraged. Wait for your turn. That was in year 2003. It was 2003. Should have been immediately after Mrs. Adekoya, I mean, I was so put out, and I told myself I wasn't applying again, because what they kept telling me is next year. So I thought, okay, 2003 will be it, and what have you. But the one thing that impacted my life that day in that conversation was the fact that the justice told me that I learned that they ask you to become a judge. You refused. I feel sorry for you. One day, you become that sano, and you will bring that your sansan gown and come to this court and appear before idiots. That was what a Supreme Court justice told me in year 2003. And it's late now, but anytime I appear before the Supreme Court and you see the way cases are handled there, you feel sorry for Nigeria. That how come our best are not the one we have put in charge? It's very pathetic. But my story to becoming one, I recall that in 1 year after that 2003, I didn't bother to apply again. I said so earlier. I didn't bother to apply again until Kola Wode insisted that you must apply. My friends were now the one that would say, no, you have to do this, go this way, do that, take this case, do that case, like that. But when a friend of mine, the judge, we're just very good friends, we discuss law, we argue, very brilliant jurist. When he was elevated to the Supreme Court, a friend of mine called me and said, Titi, God has answered your prayer. Your friend is now going to the Supreme Court. You have a champion there, you have this, you have that. And usually, I go to Abuja often because my children schooled in Abuja. So anytime I go to Abuja, I will stop by, we'll chat, just talk law, it's just about law. And this day, he now looked at me and said, Titi, you want me to support your application? I said, why would you support my application? I'm capable, I should get it. So why should you be asking me that kind of question? You have to, maybe the next time you come, you have to plan on staying over. I said, stay over for where? For what? In Abuja? To do what? I can't stay. What am I doing? I will just go home. And he said, no, so we can go to dinner. I said, I'm even talking about it now, I have good flesh. I was so let down. I was so disillusioned that I even thought to myself that, forget this. How can this man, somebody that had been my friend for forever, that, how? He said, you think there is anything that is for free? I just told myself, hands up, no more. I mean, just from what Mrs. Adekoya said, would you have to go knocking on the... When she was saying that, I was just smiling to myself. That means that I carried my leg. I heard my sister here said, invitation to please. I carried my leg. So, I told myself, bam, bam, I'm not going nowhere. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm leaving it in the hands of God. Unfortunately for me, one day I just saw through my Bible and I saw that the Bible says that promotion doesn't come from anywhere, not from the north, not from the south, east, or west. So I said, Father, in your hands, me, I'm done. I would never talk to not one person about this matter. But truth be told, there will be people that God will raise to help you. You see, because as a lady, it's a bit difficult. You can't go to the clubs in the evening to talk to nobody. You have to go home to take care of the family. And when they see you around there, they say, this one is a loose one. We have it against us. We cannot delude ourselves that we have it right. So there will be helpers. I believe God will raise helpers. It was my male friends that got up and was saying, I told them, they said, have you seen? I said, I'm not seeing nobody. I'm sitting on my desk and looking up to God. They said, God, okay. Don't worry. When I get to Abuja, I will see this, I will talk to that, I will. But I must say this, I must publicly acknowledge it. I was sleeping in my house at about 10:30. I sleep early. My phone rang. The phone it wasn't the days of cell phone. The land phone rang by my bedside. And 10:30, I was just like, who is this? How can anybody be calling me at this ungodly hour? Anyway, I picked, hello, who is this? I'm sleeping. Say, Titi, this is Jude. I'm with the Attorney General now. And we were discussing. And I told him that there is a lady that I know that the law that him and myself know, you are better. Then he said, how can? Who is that person? That, like that. I said, don't worry, Sha. I just thought I should let you know. Drop the phone. I thought I was dreaming, When I woke up in the morning, was I dreaming? But I don't even know how to, I can't even, there's no way you can recall the number anyway. So, but I know who spoke with me. So I went looking for him. He said, Tony, I said, did you call me or was it? I called you. I said, okay. Anyway, it was a mindset that they started interview. No, it was a set before me. I didn't make it the set before me. That was when the interview started. But when it was my turn to be interviewed, it was so ironical that I now had to appear before the same Attorney General. It was in my panel. So we had a really lovely time. We were talking about marriage. What do I do? That's all I do. So it comes so very easy for me. We went on and on. He would say this, I would disagree with him and tell him why he's wrong, that this should be the right thing to do, and this and that and that and that and that. So he got back to my friend and said, you said so. That woman is tough. She won't give up. That. So that was the year I now made it. And truth be told, he told me 2 women will make it this year. He told me after the interview session, we had interactions with them afterwards. And he walked up to me and said, I really admired your stance, that. Although he would not agree with me, and I would not agree with him, but he could see the point I was trying to make, that. But I will tell you, two women will make it this year. So you'll be one of them. Don't worry about it. God raised an helper for me without me getting up. Because I looked up to God and I put absolute trust in God. Because if you are looking for what is not missing, you get yourself into a terrible mess. And to be able to retract, and you will not be able to raise your head high. I mean, well, as tall as I am, I still wear heels, and my head is always on top there. Because I know that I did not soil myself to get to where I got to. I know people that from the day we had the interview, they don't leave Abuja till the name was announced. I told me that, look, from the day I got into the law school, I made up my mind I was going to become a senior advocate, and I'm going to do everything to ensure that I get it. And she did got it. So it depends. One should just be you, do your work. You cannot take away hard work. It is a lot of hard work. As ladies, we have to work twice as hard as the men. You must work twice as hard as the men. As they said, you will be underestimated. But if you know your onions, you stand up there and do what you know how to do. And you would dazzle everybody. I mean, that's what I enjoy doing. When I got into the courtroom, I always like you to underestimate me. Just look at it. This woman, what can she come to say? Woo! By the time I start, because I have done my own work. I always tell them when they come to me after court, I say, that was brilliant. I say, hey, do you know how many hours work that you are seeing? The way you project it is because you have done the work. You have to do the work. You must work hard. There is no substitute for it. Hard work, diligence, discipline. A lot of us are not disciplined. That's the truth. We are not disciplined. We don't want to regulate our lives. You just want to do things by rote. Doesn't matter. Okay, when I get there, I get there. And okay, we'll get there. You spend hours powdering your face. Is that what it is? No, but it's true. That's what we do. We spend hours dressing up. I mean, you have to be well organized. But there's nothing stopping us as women to get to the top. I cannot see it unless we ourselves. They always say it, women has the pull me down syndrome. We don't like each other. Somebody is making progress. That's when bad belly will start. Please let it stop. My submission.
Woo. Amazing, thank you. And I don't think this story is going to be complete until we hear from you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We need to hear because these are very interesting. Of course, but you've risen to a very top level, not just in litigation, in arbitration. You were appointed as the Attorney General of Ogun State. The first female. Can we celebrate that feat, right? Please share with us your interesting moments and how you actually surmounted them. Thank you.
I'm glad that you have observed protocol by letting my senior speak before me. I came to the inner bar in 2015, many years after both of them, thank God. And things had changed. So, my story is a mixture of their own. I walked the corridors of the Supreme Court, but happily there was no sexual harassment. Because I would normally go with a male colleague. So a male colleague, when you are trying to do something, you must learn to study the lay of the land. When you are aspiring to become a judge, a senior advocate, learn the requirements. How many decisions will if it's Federal Judicial Service Commission or State Judicial Service Commission, how many cases do they want you to have done? Okay, so for senior advocates in my time, they needed 20 high court cases. I think 20 or 10. 10 high court cases. 10. I gave them 20. That's why I have 20 in my head. And by our time, it was not just provide judgment where they say, they do appear. You must have done the pleadings. You must have done the arguments. That's the trial. If it's trial. And if it's originating summons, you must have argued the originating summons so that your name is in the body of the judgment. We now know why from Victoria's narration. So they wanted 10 in my time, so I had 20. Give them 20. Court of Appeal, they needed 6 judgments. I think I gave them 8 or 10. And then Supreme Court, in my time, it was still 6. It was still 6. I think I was able to do 7 or 8. So learn the lay of the land. If you want to become a judge, from the moment you decide bench is where I want to go, get the guidelines. I must have the guidelines changed about 3 times in my journey. So I was always buying guidelines. Now they've changed the guidelines. Oh, okay. Please, I need to buy the new guidelines. Put it beside your bed. Let it be what you will read before you sleep. 10 high court cases, 6 court of appeal, Supreme Court. Make it beside your Bible or your Quran. It's the next thing. That is part of the research. Okay. So, while pursuing the cases, you need colleagues and champions. So, I said I walked the corridors of the Supreme Court with my colleague. He was also applying for SIL. And he knew justice this, he knew justice that. Oh yeah, okay, let's just go together. So every time I'm in Abuja, I'm not taking away from what Mrs. Adekoya said. Remember that this is what? Almost 20 years later. 2001 to 2015. That's 14 years later. So things had changed. A lot of innovation had happened. So I would go with my colleague, my lord, we just came to say hello. You know, you may not agree with it, but you must understand why it happened. If I have, look at the list of GCFR, OFR, OFN. If you had the capacity to give GCFR to anybody, will you give it to somebody you don't know? It's the old boys club. You may not agree with it, but that is the reality. And I quickly recognize the reality. And if they say, "Hey, one Mrs. Akeredolu," and they don't know who that person is in the Supreme Court, they will give it to somebody. If there's another Mrs. XYZ that they know, they will give it to that one. So I quickly recognize that this walking the corridors of the Supreme Court has to happen. Every time I was in the Supreme Court, I would make sure I booked a late flight out of Abuja and would go with my whichever male colleague it was, because we had a cohort of us who were applying for SIL. So I attached myself to the men. That you people think you are going to leave me behind. We are running this race together. So we would visit the judges. I quickly learned there are some judges that I learned. One of the judges I learned a beautiful coffee from him. He's late now, God rest his soul. But we would banter about the law. My lord, we don't agree with that, your decision of this. Why did you people do that? First Bank and Mayweather. We thought you people were going to do something good with it, but you people went the way of the other one when they said you signing the name of the firm and the whole case is gone. Isn't that Mayweather was supposed to fix that earlier case, but they didn't. But those were the kind of discussions we would have, so that they were able to see that I had a passion for the law. Happily, there was no invitation to dinner. Anyway, I was on a flight out. I was on a flight out of Abuja in the evening. So if you wanted me to come to dinner, you'll be happy to buy another ticket. And that wasn't going to happen. So those were my guardrails and my protection, because I also had it in mind. So my journey to Silk, along the way, doing my job the way I did, I was in a big chambers, not where I am now. So we would help with the preparation, and the seniors would go to Abuja to go and argue because they were looking for Silk. I now looked at it. And some of these seniors, I was older than them in age, but I was junior to them at the bar because I read law as a second degree. So I looked at it and said, let me make hay while the sun shines. My seniors are the ones going to Abuja, so before I get Supreme Court brief, I hope Jesus will not come then, before then. So I kept myself busy doing the high court cases, doing them very well, racking up my cases in the high court. That was why when they asked for 10, I was able to give 20, because I thanked God when I applied, because the rule changed a year or two to that 10 cases that you must show that you argued them, you did the trial. I was just thanking God that, wow, thank God I kept busy even when the opportunity to go to the Supreme Court did not present itself. As that when I was sitting quietly, I got a phone call. You are looking for Attorney General in the state and your name came up. Father, I thank you. Even if they don't take me, I'll put it in my CV. Considered for Attorney General of the state. Be thankful at every point. Always count your blessings. But I was eventually appointed. Shortly after I got to the Ministry of Justice, I said, guys, where are your Supreme Court cases? Most of the directors sat on those cases because they too need those cases to become judges. But there was one director who was hardworking, had racked up cases himself, had many cases. He had funded with his own money in the Supreme Court. He looked at me and had mercy on me. Auntie, I'll give you cases. And he paid me. You need God in this thing. Meanwhile, before I was appointed, the AG before me had given me cases. Oh, he had, given me fair to do cases. So I gave that one out and got some from the ministry. That was how I was able to make my Supreme Court cases. The greatest challenge you are going to have, guys, is the Supreme Court cases. If you are working in the busy chambers, you are working hard, and you are not ducking, you will get your high court cases. You will get your court of appeal cases. But if you take care of Lagos. But the Supreme Court cases will be your challenge. As I speak now, have a civil appeal that went to the Supreme Court in 2006. It has not been heard. There are so many appeals that I had done all before I went away to Ogun State. They have not been heard. As at the time I was appointed Attorney General, I had 2 Supreme Court cases. I had enough High Court, I had enough Court of Appeal. I only had 2, so I needed 4. My predecessor in office had given me 1. I was about to argue that when I was appointed. And I thought, since I'm going to be inside the water, let me give this one to someone else who needs it. So, you need to be intentional. I take nothing away from what my seniors have said. You need to be intentional. You need to be diligent. But you also need to play the politics. I'm not saying anything you need to compromise your virtue to achieve is not worth it. If you have to sleep with somebody to get something, it is not worth it. And, if you eventually get whatever it is, it will leave a bitter taste in your mouth. Because you may want too much of it. Your virtue. If you want to sleep with somebody, let it be your choice. That, I like this guy, he's a fine man. I want to. Let it be your choice. Not let it be because somebody is twisting your arm. No, we're all adults here. It shouldn't be that somebody twists your arm to get your virtue. It is not worth it, and you will regret it. So please. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to go to this last set of questions, and it's going to be an interesting conversation. I know that a lot of us have questions. So I don't know, we can take a couple, maybe 1 or 2. We're going to be talking about family. This is a very interesting, as women, we are multidimensional. We are nurturers, and there's this preconceived notion that they say women who do excellently in career are not able to keep the home together. And everyone sitting on this panel, whether as a mother, as a daughter, or a family member, you've represented yourselves excellently, and it is there on record for everyone in the room to see. But have you had a challenge with this thing called balance? Is there a such thing as work-life balance? And how has that, affected your career? Did it affect it, better? Was it better? Was it, in terms of family, raising children, having a husband, having parents, are talking about and all that. So we'd love to hear how we can navigate that even as we grow in our careers as women. Thank you, ma'am.
Work-life balance. The first thing that we as women need to recognize is that we have various roles to play. Yes, a man is a son, he's a brother, he's a husband, he's a father. A woman is a wife, a sister, a daughter, a mother, a relation, a family member.
A nanny.
And I often say that women would progress faster in their careers if they also had wives. Because the man is going to work and he says, "Oh, darling, can you help me pick up a gift for Mama, his mother? Can you help me pick up a gift for Mama? We are going to visit at the weekend." You add that one to your list. You come back from work. He too comes back from work. Uncle called. His uncle. He's going to have his birthday at the weekend. You know you are going with him. You know he can't go and see his in-laws at a family function alone without a good reason as to why our wife is not there with you. And when I started legal practice, you didn't go for the party at the weekend. You went on the Friday to go and cook. Our wife is going to help us with the buying of the food and the cooking. So work-life balance is important. The first thing you need to do is to realize your various obligations. We have to be good jugglers and make sure that we can keep all the balls in the air at the same time. But I'll go back a bit. Before you look at work-life balances, you need to have your eyes wide open when you are choosing a spouse. You need to have conversations, not just about how many children do you want to. How many children do you want? Do you want to live in Lekki or you want to live in Bagada or Banana? No. You need to have conversations that will enable you determine how supportive your husband is of your aspirations, which means you must know your aspirations. It's not just a job that I'm going to do until I'm married, until I have enough money to set up a wine merchant store or a dressmaking outfit, or is law a career that I want to do, progress in, and excel? You need to understand your prospective spouse. What are his views about women who have their own lives? I thank God for my husband. We've been married 45 years. My husband is an only son, which is not the easiest of positions. He had three senior sister-in-laws, in addition to his mother. And one of his sister-in-laws said, I am your mother-in-law. Don't look at Mama. I am your mother-in-law. So you need to balance work and life and know when to trade off. I was very lucky and unlucky. Lucky in the sense that I lived close to my mother-in-law. We lived 2 streets away. So she was able to assist with childcare. I would take my young children there, drop them off in the morning, take my elder son to school, pick them up in the evening. Lucky. I was unlucky because it meant her nose was always in my business. She knew when I was coming home from work, are you just coming? She knew when my son came back with a report card from school that said he had been beating up another child. Look at your child to see what they said about him in school. But these are things that you need to balance. What is more important? What is the trade-off? I always tell young women, at least in those days, if you have a car, get a driver. A driver will ruin your car. If you are driving yourself, you will ruin your body, health-wise. So if you have a car today, something you need
to think about. I'm sitting in the car with my children. We're going to school. You know Lagos traffic. Work-life balance. That's when we're reading. I'm reading stories to my children. We are chatting. We are bonding. It's not the amount of time you spend with it. It's the quality of the time you spend with your children. So those are the various issues that I want to bring out. Your husband must be supportive. Possibly because my husband is an only son. And he was brought up, his father died when he was 10. So he understands the advantages of being a strong woman. Also, possibly because my husband was in the military, he didn't see being a lawyer as a challenge to his authority. Our friends used to call us law and order. And obviously, when we have disagreements in the house, he would say, when you have had your say, I will have my way. So sometimes, work-life balance, you plan things. I'll tell you some tips that I got when I was just married. Buy food in bulk. Buy food in bulk. Cook it, freeze it. A man who says, I only eat fresh food, doesn't know the difference. Make your pepper. Put it in little containers. Freeze them. When you are ready to cook, in the morning before you go to work, you brought out the pepper. So by the time you are back, it's defrosted. Boil your meat. Put it in the freezer. Boil your fish. Fresh fish, because my husband only eats fresh fish. Put it in the freezer. In the morning, you bring it out. When you make a wedu, pour it into ice cube trays and freeze it. So that when you want to cook a wedu, just bring out the cubes that you are going to need for that meal. When I got married, eggs were white or brown. A senior colleague said, well, and I'll tell you her name when we finish, because she was the one who gave me these tips, which I still use today, and which I pass on. She said, my husband says he doesn't eat egg with white shell, only with brown shell. Very simple. When you are boiling the egg, drop a tea bag in it. Since when you boil an egg with white shells, she said when you are boiling the egg, drop a tea bag in it. By the time the egg is done, the shell is brown. Says my husband says I don't eat second day soup. They don't know the difference. When you come out of the kitchen and you are sweating, you just cook this. I've just cooked it. After all, you brought out the pepper in the morning. You brought out the fish in the evening, or the boiled meat in the evening, and you put the two together. You've just cooked it. And those are the tips and the tricks that help with work-life balance. No matter how untidy a room is, always make the bed. Once you've made the bed, the room looks tidier. And every now and then, when for one reason or the other you're at home and your husband is complaining, maybe you've recently given birth, you're still at home. Your husband comes back and is like, you've been home all day. This one is not ready. That one is not ready. My shirt is not ironed. This. Every now and then. Don't do anything the whole day. When he comes back in the evening and the whole house is in disarray, it's like, what's going on here? So you always ask, what is it I do each day? So I decided today not to do it, so you can see. Because many times men don't realize our contributions to the house. They take it for granted that there's gas. They take it for granted that there's food in the fridge. They take it for granted that PTA meetings will be attended by you. I thank God for two things. One, COVID, and two, the economy. Because of the economy, men have come to realize women's contributions to the family. Before, a man will never notice the new curtains. He'll never notice the new carpet. And even if he does, he's like, hey, that's nice. Now, husbands and wives sit down and have discussions about finance. Who's paying for what and how it's going to be done. And if you like the household tips, please say thank you to Mrs. Haira Tadebalogu.
Thank you. Please can we celebrate with our hands together? Thank you for those very practical tips. So mothers and future mothers in the house, take notes. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would love to go to yes. Work-life balance, family, child raising, childbearing. How did you come back into the labor force? How was it? What's the transition like? And just very quickly.
The truth of it is that it is not easy to have a work-life balance as a litigator. I will tell you it's not easy. But with a supporting help, not necessarily a spouse, but if you have people that you can rely on to assist you, it will be a lot easier. I was lucky to have a supporting husband. We've been married for 37 years. And truth be told, I've never had a help. Because the day I got married, in the night, our honeymoon was going to start. We were packing to go away. My husband told me, hey girl, you can't have a maid in this house. We were living in a 3-bedroom flat. He said it's too small for a maid to live in. He doesn't want anybody to inhibit his life. And coming from where I was coming from, I had 2 maids to myself in my parents' house. How would I cope? You know, all sorts of reasons will come. This person will say that person will say that. But I just went to God, and God told me, do what you can do and leave the remaining. So, I don't sweep. I don't wash clothes. All I do is cook and take care of the children. I would take my children to school in the morning. My neighbor used to call me 7 o'clock, madam. On the stroke of 7, you will sleep. My car must move. And my children knows that. That's why I said you have to be disciplined. You know, I drop them off in school, off to court. And because you cannot leave court as a junior counsel those days and say you are going to pick up children, so it was my husband's duty to pick up the children. And by the time we leave home in the morning, of course, you have cornflakes on the floor here, Cocoa Pops there, milk there, you know, towel thrown somewhere. By the time we get back home in the evening, my house will be sparkling clean. Everything will be in place. My husband will put everything right. He's a stickler for neatness. He has it in his head that you come back home, you must wash your clothes. Everything must be in place, you know. And so he does that. That's me. He will iron the children's clothing and do all of those things. I had that support because I didn't fight him over not getting a maid. I just kept my peace. I knew what I can do. I will make sure food was available. We'll plan ahead. I always plan for 1 week. My children's school uniform, 5. Pairs of socks, 5. Vest, 5. Everything, you know. On Sunday night, everything is all laid out. Everybody knows where to go. This is your own. So you pick it, you know, and you train them early to be independent so that you won't kill yourself over them. You have to train your children to be independent, you know, so they were able to take care of themselves. I'll be in the kitchen, prepare breakfast, pack lunch, pack that. You know, it was tough. But I like to take time off. At weekends, you know, during the week, I don't pick calls at all in my house. I do not pick calls. I remember my husband had to go and get a long cord so that when I'm in the kitchen, The phone is at the end of the corner. The sink is at the other end. So it got a long cord so that when the phone is ringing, the children can bring it to me when I'm standing by the sink or by the cooker or something. But I don't answer people because I have no time. I was always looking at the clock. I must do this between this time and this time. I must do this between this time and this time. And the children they have to go to bed at 8 o'clock because I wake them up at 5. So they must have enough sleep. So why would I have time to be chatting with people? You call? Too bad. I don't talk. I have no time. Well, and particularly if you have to read your files, you are going to court tomorrow. How would I do it? So it's when everybody had gone to sleep. My husband had come, he had eaten, we gist, oh, this happened, that happened. We all go to bed. Of course, when it's 12 midnight or 1 a.m., I had to get up to go and study my file. That's it for the day, and that's where they will meet me in the morning. 5 o'clock, we'll start again, like that, but it won't be forever. And in my case, it was not forever. By the time my children were 10, 11, I've poured myself into them. They have become independent. They can handle things themselves. Of course, straight to the boarding school. No, but it's true. Straight. They didn't even stay around in Lagos. They went to Abuja, so it was good. I had no headache. The school, okay, fair enough. It's only visiting days that I get to see them. So I had time to do my work. But it's, we have to, we have to be intentional. You must make up your mind exactly what you want out of your work, your life. I kept my friends, although I wasn't going to parties, because when you don't have anybody to leave the children with, those days I wasn't going to parties. It's only children's birthday parties that I used to go to. I don't go out with friends unless I can take the children. It's only where I can take the children that I used to go to. I market. Those days we used to share cows, share goats. Somebody will go to market and buy basket to share everything, in bulk. So on Saturdays like this, I had a huge pot. We boil all the meat. Just like Mrs. Adekoya said, you boil all the meat. But me, I will cook everything. I can cook 6 different kinds of stew and soups on Saturdays. Put them in the morning, just drag one, put it in the sink. The sink is where the last place I will see before stepping out of my house. So it's all very comfortable. I just drag it from the freezer, toss it into the sink. So by the time I come back, in 20 minutes, max, dinner is set. Max 20 minutes, dinner is set. I'll get home. I leave work at 5 o'clock, where I used to take my children to the office. They drop them off in my office sometimes. At another time, I had an arrangement where I kept them at the daycare. When they come to my office, they will sit at the corner like this and be writing, doing their own work. You see, I'm talking to a client. I would give one a knock. And I'm talking, I'm gisting with my client. I will do this, but it was tough. Then at a point, I started taking them to an after-school place, which closes at 6 o'clock. My office closed at 6. So they call me 5 o'clock, madam. You see, once it's 5 o'clock, coming down the stairs of Procedure building, I'll just be pam, 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 down, like that. And they say, hey, but you haven't signed this. Hey, you need to. Well, I say, see, it has to wait till tomorrow. I'm on my way home. I have to go. Because I was always paying penalty. If you're 1 minute late, that day, then it was 100 naira. 100 naira was a lot of money. No, true, because at that time, 100 naira can buy you like half bag of rice or something. So it's not something you want to be throwing away like that. So I always make sure that I leave on time and do my thing within the time frame. But I bless God. They are parents themselves now. I have all the time in my hands. I don't know what to do. You know, when I get home now, I'm like, When you are not used to watching television, it's so difficult. You know, when I get home now, I'm like, so what do I do now? Just pick up a book and start reading, you know? But so you will get over it. It's just for a short while.
Please, let's celebrate our Leonard Silk. Thank you very much. So we're going to be rounding up with just last week. Ms. Shitabe will be coming to you, but before that, I would just want to direct this very short question to you before we go to Ms. Shitabe, which is, you literally, you were a carrying child when you started working, when you had gone back to your husband's place, and this whole work-life family thing. Just give us your thoughts on it based on your experience. It's the hacks, right? 1 or 2 hacks. Just share those hacks with us.
The first hack is, there is a time, with summary of what my seniors have said, which I adopt and endorse totally. There is a time and a season for everything under heaven. They were lucky they had some support. When I left Ilorin with 2 young children and came to Lagos, I knew that there was no way I would focus at work. So I stepped away from the legal profession. But I then knew that I can't sit at home and be twiddling my thumbs. So I went to learn tailoring. So I ran a tailoring business for about 3 years. Tailoring and baking. Tailoring, baking, and small catering. I love cooking. You are a combination of many passions. If you look, you will find it. But I can't be idle, so I did that for about 3 years. Then I went back to the workplace. The beauty of going back to the workplace was I worked with Mrs. Adekoya part-time, 3 days a week. I would go in Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. A gradual reintroduction, because my children were young, and I knew that there's no way I will focus with 2 small children with a house girl at home. So I went back to the workplace very gradually. I just want to add to Mrs. Adekoya's trick of freeze everything at weekends. Yes, I do my shopping. I now do my shopping on Fridays because I'm senior. I buy all my supplies on Friday, and then grind the pepper on Saturday, cook the meat, cut up the fish, frozen fish, cut it up into packs and salt it and freeze it. But the man who says he cannot eat yesterday's food, the add-on to the trick for me, bring out the pepper. Then when you are going to cook, put it back in the blender. Add a little onion or a small rodo and whip it again. Especially if you are going to cook fish, it will be like fresh pepper. So the man that says he can't eat yesterday's food will not even know that it's last month's pepper that he's eating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're just going to end this with a final question to you, because we have to take questions. I know there's a lot of hands that are bubbling, right? It's very interesting how, like, there was something the NLT said. You are a combination of different relationships, and you have a lot of interesting relationships in your life, and you've literally grown. What would be your advice to the young lady sitting in this crowd and is trying to really work her way up the career ladder, in quotes, but is faced with so many challenges, as we've seen and we've shared in this panel? What would be your thoughts to that person sitting in this room confused and just thinking, how do I balance all this together, with pressure, bias, and judgments from good and not so good places? We would love to hear your thoughts even as we close this set of questions.
Thank you. Well,
sorry, can we have just some silence in the room? Thank you.
I think it is very important. Work-life balance is very important. And if you're lucky, and I'll say lucky, everybody with his own time, and you marry early enough and you're blessed with children enough, then you're still young and energetic, and you'll be able to do so many things that you'll not be able to do if you marry or have children later in your life. When you are in a paid employment, like in the public service, you have hours of reporting, you have rigid working hours. So you'll be looking for the kind of employment that has flexible hours. I want to believe that the responsibilities of a woman as a caregiver also determines the number of hours she puts into her work a lot of the time. So support is very, very important. Regardless of where the support can come from your spouse, it can come from your family, or you can even pay for support. That is getting nannies and whatever. My own personal experience, I've had to depend on nannies to take care of my son. But it's not necessarily a good idea all the time. You must be ready to spend time with your children. No matter what, whatever you're doing, what legacy that you want to leave behind, you must remember that your children should be part of that legacy. And you want them to grow up well and also to be able to achieve things in life. So neglecting the children would have a negative impact in future. So it's very important for you to be able to spend time with your family, spend time with your spouse, spend time with your children, and make arrangements for giving them care when you are not available. But also, it's something that I believe that institutions should try to adopt. How they can assist women. They must recognize the fact that women are generally primarily the caregivers in our society, whether to your parents, the elderly ones, or your husbands, even your husband's parents sometimes, or to the children. You have to, they give care to them from time to time, and this time must be reckoned into what they do at work. I believe that there must be a mind shift, and they must begin to recognize the fact that this is not going anywhere. You have children to take care of, you have your spouse to take care of. The time you spend doing that must somehow be factored into your work time, such that you will not lose on other benefits because you are spending that time out of the office. That is very important. So, Mrs. Akeredolu, SAN said something, there's a season for everything, and I want to agree with that. But then sometimes everything is up to God. You don't determine, sometimes there are some things you can't determine by yourself. They come when God determines that they will come to you. So what you can do, however, is what you have now, use it to the best of your ability towards your objectives in life. So whenever anything comes in between, whether children, husband, or what have you, then you try and adjust and make arrangements so that you can accommodate all the new responsibilities without necessarily disrupting your life or your career path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've come to this. Please, how many of us really enjoyed the wealth of wisdom? Please, can we celebrate our panelists again? Before we go to the round of questions, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Leonard. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before I go to the round of questions, if you will, I just want to recognize the presence of a representative of the MBA Women's Forum. Please, if we have the representative, can we celebrate them in the room? Thank you so much for gracing us. We have Adefowoke Ayoponle. Yeah, okay, I'm so sorry. Yes, we welcome you, ma'am. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well, based on some of the conversations that we've had. Please, can we celebrate her as she speaks to us in 1 or 2 minutes on this topic? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adefowoke Ayoponle. I'm the state lead of MBA Women's Forum. This afternoon, I appreciate all the speakers here. Elena says, thank you very much for all you have said and what we have learned this afternoon. I just want to chip in something that Elena said, Mrs. Funke-Adekoya has said, particularly as it relates to the issue of sexual harassment. I want to say that the MBA Women Forum in 2021 actually drafted a sexual harassment policy for the Nigerian Bar Association. It was created by the advocacy committee of the forum, and it was launched by Mr. Paul Usoro during his it was launched by the administration of Mr. Olumide Apata in 2021 at the MBA conference in Port Harcourt. And the policy is up and running. And I would like us to key into the policies because it is important for us to be able to have a workplace balance and also to be able to speak up when issues of sexual harassment comes up. There are reporting lines that the forum has created so that the identity of the person reporting can be well protected, because we know that it becomes an issue in the legal profession when a female lawyer is reporting a senior male lawyer. I know that it becomes an issue where the harasser will not even be the person now, tormenting the female colleague. It will now be the friends of the harasser that will begin to torment the female colleague. So that's the reason why the reporting line has become really, you can report it anonymously. So the facilitator of this branch will be sharing the reporting line on the platform of the MBA IKEJA. So I want to say we encourage women from this branch to also join us, to come on board, and let's do this together. As women, we can do this. And I know this afternoon we have learned a lot from our seniors in this room, and I wish us well in this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. And so that brings us to the end of this panel. We have very interesting things coming up, and I want us to stick around. And please, for the women that attended, can we celebrate the men that chose to stay with us? Right? So we celebrate you and we honor you. Right? It's never been a competition, so thank you for supporting us and being a part of this session. And that brings us to the end, and we celebrate. Can we put our hands together for everyone who has spoken? Thank you very much. All right. I know we have questions. So, okay, so I think I have a question. Yes. I'm so sorry. So, okay. I just want to use this opportunity to also acknowledge and welcome the presence of Justice Abiola Sholade of the Sexual Offences Court, High Court of Lagos State. Please, where are you, ma'am? We celebrate you. Thank you so much for choosing to be here with us on this panel. Do we have any questions? I don't think I received any question. Okay, so yeah, I think we're good. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being part of this session, and I want to say a big thank you to our speakers. We didn't do elaborate introduction of the speakers, but like Selma said, you have a bit of their profile. I use the word very, very bit of it. Mrs. Funke Adekoya said, when she told you the stories about the night time, the part of it she now did not tell you. When the Bible says the stone, that was rejected became the cornerstone. She eventually served on the Legal Practitioner Privileges Committee. And so was part of those who are now recommending those to be made senior advocates. And in 20, now, you heard so much about litigation and all that. Maybe the bit that was kept out of it is also that the expertise of Mrs. Funke Adekoya as an arbitrator, we haven't said much about that. In 2021, she was the African Arbitrator and ADR Practitioner of the Year. And in 2022, she was the Nigerian Lawyer of the Year. And of course, in all of this that we have said, she's one person that is actively involved even in the bar activities. You know, she has served as General Secretary. She has applied as an aspirant for the office of the President. And I wouldn't know whether she would want me to mention this. When there was an idea as to an outsider being invited to be Chief Justice of the Federation of Nigeria, she was, Auntie, I hope you don't mind. A number of people, went to her and she said, no, I don't think I want to do that at this stage. Why am I saying this? Is that she has had that recognition as one person that is it excellence, integrity, and you will always find her there. And she just told us like, well, my husband was in the military. The truth of the matter is that her husband retired as an Air Vice Marshal. So the way she just said he was in the military and your laptop maybe was just a sergeant. So we really thank you for coming, and don't be deceived by her stature that you are seeing. She's a septuagenarian. Yeah, really. Of course. And you see, what you have seen from the three of them today, what they presented is the software part of them. It is when you engage them in litigation, you see the hardware. I mentioned before Mr. Akinawa came in that as far back as 1997, we were doing a matter together. And I will serve a process in the, by 12. In that day, those days were not front loading and all that. Give yourself 3 hours, Mr. Akinawa sent me a reply. And then and then sometimes she will call me and say, I have seen this process. What are you and your clients trying to do? And that is the kind of, you find somebody who is that formidable, who is dogged, she's there when she's in the courtroom. And if care is not taken, if you are a timid judge, male or female, you'll be wondering that this lawyer just needs to leave my court. But she comes fully prepared. That you can fully prepare. So it's been a very good thing having them, and I will encourage as many of you as will be interested. Try and lay your hands on the addresses and the briefs they have written. And you will see that you have a lot to take away. Of course, I don't need to tell you, I've seen Ms. Adekoya at other fora meetings, and she will run meetings and say, look, this is what we should be doing now. So Ms. Adekoya will run a meeting in 1 hour, and you think you've run it for 5 hours. So you've got to get organized, like they've all said, and be intentional, and this is how we can all get to the top. So they've imparted a lot. Mrs. Sabi has spoken to us from public service perspective, and what this means is that none of us here, and I'm talking of the women, has any excuse not to succeed. No one has any excuse not to excel, and except you don't want to do it. So if you are not getting there, it means, as they have said, you are unintentional. You have no intention of succeeding. But the fact that you have sat at this program gives us a clear indication that you are determined to succeed. Otherwise, you would not have invested your time today to be part of this program. So I really thank you for participating, and I want to thank Rosemond, our moderator, who used to, I said it here on Sunday, Rosemond and I used to work in the same law firm, but she decided to leave me behind. She left me behind, and she's doing very well, and that is the most important part. Now, let me say a word. In 2014, we were very hopeful Mrs. Akeredolu belonged to the set of the year I was elevated. And somehow, at the 11th hour,
June 12.
Exactly. Yeah. Somehow, at the 11th hour, her name was taken off the list. But you know the way it is. All of us quietly felt to her. You know that kind of a thing. And then say, look, can we not file an action? But who's going to file it? When all of you are waiting, they say, the only announcement you hear is that there's no synagogue in this year. So we took our sympathy within us. But if limitation action did not catch up, we can still file the action. But that was how our set was denied of the only female that should have been on that set. But again, like she said, when God says it is time, no one can stop it. And we can see that it's not the becoming of the SAN, because there are some people, you know, you've had their own stories, they were determined. Mr. Adika has stressed one thing: be ethical. There are men and women who decided to take the flyover to get to where they are going. And so when we are putting this kind of event together, we know who to call and who not to call. Because there are some people, if you call them, there will be nobody sitting here to listen. So we know what we are doing. Well, I expect that there will be one or two people who want to make a comment. If there are no questions, we want to close this session now. So if there's anyone, I guess Rosemont can take one or two comments and then we'll.
Question.
Thank you very much. Before we leave the hall, we like normally to have a group photograph as part of it. When you're done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you so much, ma'am, for being a part of this session. Do we have any comments for the final time or any questions? None whatsoever. So please celebrate with me, our panelists, as we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Please, can we have all our women outside for a group photograph? All the women that witnessed this session, please. Thank you very much. Outside.
Hello. Please, if you're a woman in this room, kindly go outside for group
two. Check two. Check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. What sound check check. Check 1 2. Check. Sound check 1 2. Sound check.
Hot. 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 Hello to. Hello. Hello to. Hello to. Hello to. Hello to. Hello to. Hot. 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 Ah.
Check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound check check.
No problem. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. You are the moderator. Moderator. Please let's get seated. The afternoon session is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please, on behalf of the MBA IKEJA Law Week Committee 2023, I wish to welcome us all to this afternoon section. Please get seated as we get ready for yes. Part A will be taken by the learner Sikh himself, Dr. Babatunde Ajibade, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Ihoma Ilobinso, and Mr. Chukwudi Enebeli, heavily represented by Adetokunbo Davis. The first part, that's part A, is also on growing your clientele and proper billing for legal services. Why the second part is financial planning for lawyers. Because we believe that it's not enough to grow your clientele, it's not enough for you to build properly as a lawyer. You must as well also know how to plan financially. So without further waste of time, I have the singular honor and privilege to invite the distinguished Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Babatunde Ajibade, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to the podium. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming another distinguished Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Chukwuka Ikwazom, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to the podium. Learners, you are welcome, sir. Yes. May I also welcome Mr. Adetokunbo Davis, who is representing Chukwudi Enebeli, to the podium. You are welcome, sir. Our moderator for this session will be Mr. Olamide Ibrahim. He's a Chief State Counsel of the Lagos State Ministry of Justice. Mr. Olamide Ibrahim, sir, you are highly welcome. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so we're going to be starting the session very promptly. We apologize for starting a bit late. And just as we've been told, my name is Olamide Ibrahim. I'm a state counsel in the Ministry of Justice. Thank you very much. Okay, so as you've been told, this session is divided into two, or I should even say three. You know, and this I believe is extremely important, particularly from the perspective of those of us who are business lawyers. I mean, if you want to do your business pro bono, you may not necessarily be interested in this, but I know that majority of us are interested in earning money. And you agree with me that life could be really frustrating for you as a lawyer if you have a lot of clientele. You have lawyers like a judge friend called it, you have a lot of customers, but your customers are not paying. Life can really be very frustrating. So it's in order to avert that the IKEJA branch of the MBA has put together this wonderful initiative. And I'm not going to I've just been informed now that Dr. Hiwoma Ilobinso of the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos is here. Could you please come forward, ma'am? You're welcome. Please, you have the stage. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to be seated rather than moderating from the podium. So as I was saying, life could really be very frustrating if, as a lawyer, all you do is just to keep on growing clientele and then you don't have the appropriate financial resources accruing from the clientele that you have amassed for yourself. So to get us started today, I'm going to be inviting Dr. Ajibade. We all know Dr. Ajibade. He needs no introduction at all. And Dr. Ajibade would be starting. He's going to be speaking for 15, 20 minutes. Is that okay, sir? All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. Good afternoon, distinguished. Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here again. I was just checking with my colleague, Mr. Ekwazom. I said, is this still the Tiger Bar? But he said there's been a name change. But whatever, whether Tiger or not, this is a great branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. And it's always a delight to be back here. The theme of today's or this afternoon's session is one that I think is dear to the heart of, or should be dear to the heart of every lawyer. As Mr. Ibrahim has said, you know, if you are a pro bono lawyer, even pro bono lawyers, they have to send their children to school. They have to go to the market. So with that pro bono, you also need to plan how you are going to eat. And one of the things that, and I'll touch on that in the course of my presentation, I think one of the worst things that can happen to a lawyer is to enter pro bono inadvertently. If you want to do pro bono, decide that this one is pro bono and account for it separately. But when you start work that's supposed to be remunerated, and then somewhere along the line it converts to pro bono, it can be very painful. So the purpose of this session really is to discuss how we can separate the real pro bono from the inadvertent pro bono. And I'll start by saying that, you know, the real challenge, and most lawyers have a problem with that, is with billing. And there's so many problems with this. Some of it is cultural. Some of it is through not doing the right thing. I've met many lawyers, and I'd say that I fell into that category before, who were very diffident about billing. And like I said, I think it's cultural. As some of you may know, I'm a second-generation lawyer. The firm that I have the privilege of managing was established by my father in 1967. And I know the battles I fought with him before we got to where we are now in terms of billing for work. Because that old school of thought is that, oh, you're a lawyer, there are other ways in which your clients can compensate you. They will open other doors. They may refer other people to you. And, well, when I joined the firm, when I came back into the firm after my postgraduate studies, I realized that, no matter how much goodwill you have, when it comes to the end of the month and you have to pay salaries, there's no way you can use goodwill to pay salaries. What you need is cash. And I also realized that our profession has changed dramatically. My father qualified in 1960. When he came back into Nigeria from the UK after qualifying, the opportunities were more than there were lawyers to take them up. So maybe they could afford to be a bit more relaxed about billing. But as you know, we're churning out, 5,000-6,000 lawyers every year from the law school. Anybody who is relaxed about billing now is going to go hungry. Have no fear, have no doubt about that. So I think the starting point is billing properly. Having said this, billing also is an art as well as a science. And even when you've decided that you're going to bill properly, there are certain things that lawyers must do that a lot of us don't do properly. And this is billing with clarity. The clients at whatever level, I can assure you, are more willing to pay when they know exactly what they're being asked to pay for. The challenge we have is that a lot of lawyers, they feel, and I say this with the greatest respect, we feel like we're doing the client a favor. And once we present a bill, this is how much my bill is, the client is supposed to just pay it. But the more we break down the exact work we have done, the greater the chances. Of course, you will always have clients who don't want to pay, who are looking to convert, as I said, billable work to pro bono. But for those who are actually willing to pay, the more you break down what exactly you have done and make them appreciate it, the greater the chances that they will pay you. Our services are intangible. If somebody goes to Costaris and says he wants to buy a car, and he's told that it's 15 million, he can see what he's paying the 15 million for. But if a lawyer says he's billing you 15 million for negotiating an agreement, especially after he has delivered the service and you didn't bill him before, the client is going to think, well, what exactly did you do? Or you go to court and say, you're just speaking English, not factoring in the amount of research, not knowing that the court appearance is actually just the tip of the iceberg, that the major work was the preparation that went into it. So in billing, the more detail we provide, the better for us, and the greater the chances that we'll be able to get our clients to pay. If it is, whether it's corporate work or it's litigation, you have proper itemized billing, setting out in as much detail as possible the amount of work that has gone into servicing the client. I think the method that you use to bill also matters. Clearly, the ideal, the gold standard is that before you do any work, you have a clear agreement with the client. Either it's an hourly rate, which I know is not particularly common in our jurisdiction, but is used by some, especially when you service international clientele, or whether it's by lump sum, or whether it's a contingency which is tied to the value of what the assignment is to the client. Whichever one it is, the ideal thing is to have an agreement with the client from the get-go. It is understandable that there will be instances if the client's need is urgent. I mean, if the client comes to you and says that his or her house or property is about to be pulled down and you have to get into court quickly. Obviously, there will be instances in which it may be impracticable to reach an agreement on fees upfront. But in an ideal world, you want to bill and agree fees with your client upfront. If you have agreed a bill with the client, then left to me, it is always better for you to owe the client the service. In other words, you have received something on account. Even if you agree a lump sum bill and you've agreed a fee of, say, the kind of fees that my learned brothers Silk earn, say you have agreed a fee, Mr. Adejigbe, of 25, 30 million. It might be difficult for the client to pay the entire amount upfront. But it is ideal, even when that fee has been agreed, to ensure that you have something in hand, so that you are not the one chasing the client at the end of the day after you have provided the service. If you agree 30 million and you collect 10 million upfront, then midway you ask for an additional payment and reduce your risk, your exposure to the client to the barest minimum. Because it's no point doing work if you're in litigation and the way our courts operate, you've been in court for 4 or 5 years. Even where there's an agreed fee, there's no point waiting until year 5 after you've done all the work to say, oh, where's the fee we agreed? Because then if the client says, I'm not paying, you have nothing to leverage upon. But then if you've agreed a fee of 20 million or 30 million and you say, well, at least show me some evidence of seriousness, maybe 5 million on account. After you work for maybe about 6 months, ask for another 5 million. So you reduce your exposure to the client and reduce your risk by collecting your fees over time as the instruction progresses. The other issues that I think militate against proper billing is also a failure to profile our clients properly. Just this morning, I was having a conversation with my colleague who runs our office in Abuja, and she was complaining, you know, a client that we have on a retainer had a dispute with the Abuja, whatever the local government agency is, and they'd served them with a notice, a default notice to pay, and she sent them a bill saying, you know, we're going to charge 1.5 million. And the client came back to say they weren't prepared to pay 1.5 million. And I asked her, I said, how much is in dispute? Said, well, the notice from the agency didn't say. So, well, you know, you have to profile the client properly. If the notice is asking them to pay 500,000 and you are asking them to pay 1.5 million fees to defend, it doesn't make any commercial sense. And you as a lawyer must also factor in what is the dispute, what is an issue before you decide how much you're going to bill. So, and if they're offering to pay 500,000 even before knowing what is an issue, accept that on account, but then indicate to them that when we know what the issue is, we may have to revisit. So it's basically, like I said, you have to profile your client properly and also profile what is in dispute in the matter you've been asked to work on. When I mentioned billing per time or billing lump sum, it's one of those interesting conundrums because I've always said to clients, my preference is always to bill per time, even though, like I said, I know it's not common in this environment because, and I got that from speaking to people who consult in this area. If you think about it as a professional, the only thing you're selling, apart from your knowledge, is your time. Because there are only 8-10 hours in the day. You can't, once the time has gone, you can't get it back. Now, if you decide that in a day you want to earn 100,000 and there are only 10 hours working available to you in the day, then that means each hour of that day is worth 100,000. And if you use that as a basis and you are billing, the preference for time billing, I've always tried to explain to clients who are resistant to it that they're actually doing themselves a disservice. Because if you instruct me and we agree a lump sum, if that matter terminates in 3 weeks, say it's litigation, and I'm able to argue a preliminary objection that brings the matter to an end, I'm still entitled to my entire fee. The same fee that I would have earned if the matter had dragged on for 4 years. Whereas if the client had agreed an hourly rate, then if the matter terminates early, it's actually in the client's interest. I know that most of our clients, especially our colleagues who are general counsel or the commercial people, will tell you that they want to dimension their exposure. And because of the trust deficit in our environment, where the lawyer who says he's billing by the hour might be billing when he's eating amala, billing when he's sleeping. So we have this trust challenge in our environment. Otherwise, hourly billing is best for the client, is best for the lawyer, because it gives you a better ability to quantify the value of your work and to charge for it properly. The other thing that I think we then need to consider as lawyers, having dealt with the challenges with billing, is collection. Depending on the size of your firm, even if you are a solo practitioner, one of the greatest problems we have as lawyers is that we sometimes get so busy that we're even too busy to get paid for the work that we're doing. And this is where we need to invest in good support. You need to have a good accountant, both in-house, like I said, depending on the size of your practice, both in-house and external, because it is the role of your accountant really to ensure that you get paid for the work that you do. In an ideal world, your work should be to engage with the client, to agree the fees, the raising of the invoice, the collection at periodic intervals, the reminder to you even that, Oga, this work that you're doing, we haven't been paid or the money is due, really should be the job of your accountant. And there are several accountants out there who know how to do this. Not all of them do. There are some who are a liability. But it is good to have a good accountant in your firm who would be able to assist you with ensuring that you actually get paid for the work that you do. Who will also be able to ensure that you don't allow your receivables to pile up. I think the enforcement of collection, and I think the last thing I would like to touch on is the enforcement of collection. As I said, there are quite a bit of cultural things that inhibit proper remuneration of lawyers in our jurisdiction. I spoke about the founder of our firm earlier. I remember the first time I told him that I wanted to sue for fees that a client had not paid. You could see the look of horror in his face. That, imagine you go to court to go and sue for fees, you a lawyer. But then as far as I was concerned, the fees have been agreed, the work has been done, the client has refused to pay, the rules are clear, the Legal Practitioners Act is clear on what a lawyer should do if his fees have not been paid. And I didn't see any problem with it. Now, like I said, I know that some of us are still very reticent about this. In my view, it is an anachronistic perception. It's a business we're running. If you're running a business, you've agreed a fee, if you've done all the right things. Because what you typically find is all the issues I've discussed prior to now, if you haven't done those things, then the collection becomes an even greater problem. If you don't have a properly agreed fee, if you haven't invoiced properly, if you haven't dotted the I's and crossed the T's. But if you have done all that and the client refuses to pay, in my view, in modern legal practice, there's absolutely no reason why you should not sue the client in order to collect your fees. Many law firms write off unpaid fees in situations where they ought not to. And as I've just mentioned, And when I read it, which was a revision of the legal practitioners' remuneration order that had been in place since 1991. So one was enacted, or we saw a draft of the Legal Practitioners' Remuneration and Other Matters Bill, etc., 2023, which was described in social media as a Malami's parting gift to the legal profession. And I read it and I was very excited because it actually deals with a lot of the issues that I've discussed. It prescribes hourly rates for different parts of the country, which are minimum rates. It prescribes that a lawyer should not engage with a client without issuing proper terms of engagement. These are things that ordinarily lawyers ought to be doing. But if it requires this regulation for us to sit up and do those things, then so be it. Unfortunately, as I said, when I saw it, I thought it had been enacted. But I was informed just this morning that apparently it was an attempt which didn't see the light of day before the immediate past administration exited office. I personally think that is something that the NBA, and I see my chairman strolling around at the back. I think, allow me, I think the NBA should push very strongly for that bill, the Legal Practitioners' Remuneration Bill of 2023. Yes, we should push very strongly for it to be finalized. I thought it had been finalized, but I understand that it wasn't. Yeah, but I think that, I mean, subject to maybe some minor tinkering, I think we're way overdue for a review of the remuneration that lawyers are entitled to. The last one was in 1991 legislation. That's just 2 years after I qualified from law school. We need current legislation. And I think that draft is actually a giant step in the right direction. So I thank you all very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Leonard Silk. I'm sure it's appropriate to congratulate the Leonard Silk for those very important points they have shared with us. I'm just going to do a brief recap of the things he mentioned before we move ahead here. So Leonard Silk talked about not doing inadvertent pro bono. I think that's really important. It's important for us to define what we want to do right from the beginning, so that at the end of the day you don't shoot yourself in the foot. And then it's important to build with clarity, important to have a clear agreement, profile your client properly, and profile what is also in dispute. You could also pay attention to whether you should bill per time or in lump sum. And I found this very striking, what is said about time being the only thing that we sell. I mean, if we pay attention to that, I think a lot of us will be more productive in the way we carry out our business. And Leonard Silk also talked about collection, how that depending on the size of your practice, you should engage professionals. We have them as friends. We could start, for those who have relatively, smaller firms, you could engage the services of your friends who are professionals, but at all costs, make sure you're not just doing, like they say, jack of all trade. And he also talked about enforcement of collection. So we move on to, we're still talking about growing your clientele and proper billing for legal services. One area that I would like the next speaker, who I'm going to be calling, and that's Mr. Ikwas, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to talk about growing your clientele. I mean, if you know how to do proper billing, but clients are not coming, that could also be another major frustration. So, Leonard, do you mind taking care of that for us?
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and I thank the leadership
of the MBA IKEJA branch for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion. I've been asked by the moderator to focus on growing your clientele, and I'm just going to do that. But I would also love to share, because when we talk about billing, it's a very important issue in law practice. Because as Dr. Ajibade said, well, in this law practice to make money. So in my firm, whenever we talk about billing, we use the term financial hygiene to discuss it. So I'd like to share my thoughts on that. But let me start with growing your clientele. So for me, the most important thing about, it's become fashionable for lawyers to talk about business development and marketing. And I think that the best form of business development or the best form of marketing is the quality of the work that you do. So I would say that the number one thing when you're thinking about growing your client base is your technical expertise. Your technical expertise will speak for you beyond your current crop of clients. If you do work and you do it very well, the client that you've done that work for is very likely going to come back, but he's going to do more. He's very likely going to refer another client to you. So technical expertise, quality of the work that you do, I think is very important. Another factor that I think plays a very important role in business development is specialization. The co-founder, one of the co-founders of my firm, Bengo Ebode, will always say that you cannot be all things to all men, right? You can't be all things to all men. Unfortunately, we practice in a jurisdiction where the size of the legal market does not seriously encourage specialization. You see that as a lawyer, you have to do bits and pieces of different things to be able to make ends meet. And I recall a conversation that I had with a partner in one of the top law firms in New York when my firm was working with that firm in the so-called tobacco recoupment cases that were on around 2007, 2008. So I got on a call with this partner, and he asked me, he said, "What's your area of specialization?" And I said, "Oh, I do litigation and arbitration." And I could sense that the guy was immediately confused. So when I asked him the same question, he said, "Oh, I do product liability." Not even torts, not commercial litigation, just product liability. And he went on to tell me that, "Look, I have 2 clients that I work for, and they are major tobacco manufacturing companies. And the guy he has a small team of 1 senior associate and 2 associates. And he tells me that he makes on the average about $4 million a year, that small team working for those 2 clients. That's not possible in Nigeria because we don't have clients of that size. And just still to put matters in context, sometime in 2008, I read an article in The Economist that suggested that Nike, the sports company, had a turnover that was almost larger than Nigeria's annual budget. So if you have a Nike as a client, right, you can afford to do this kind of specialization that we're talking about. You say you're doing only sports law. But notwithstanding the fact that you have to do bits and pieces of different things to be able to make ends meet, one of the ways, in my view, you can grow your client base is to be known for something. So you can be doing a bunch of different things. But if you're known as a tax lawyer, or you're known as an arbitrator, or you're known as an energy lawyer, and you're very good at what you do, chances that the biggest players in that space will want to retain your services. So I think that specialization is one of the ways you can grow your client base. The other thing, and this is one thing that a lot of us do not pay attention to, it is what, for want of better description, I will describe as client management. When it is assumed that, 2-3 lawyers play at the same level of expertise, what is that thing that compels a client who wants to retain counsel to go for Mr. A rather than Mr. B? So you have a Dr. Ajibade who is obviously competent. You have a Dr. Deju Igbe who is obviously competent, but the client wants to retain one of them. What is that thing that distinguishes between Dr. Ajibade and Dr. Deju Igbe? It is the relationship with the client. And that's what I will loosely describe as client management. Unfortunately for us, a lot of us are transactional. So once you're doing work for a client, whether an individual client or a corporate client, once you're done with that work, you move on. The only time you remember that you have a client is when, you're bidding for another work from that client. What about, remembering the birthdays of the clients that you manage, calling them up on their birthdays, paying them a visit? What about going out of your way to understand the work that your clients do, the industry that they play in? What about providing pro bono services that you don't bill for? So if there's a development in the law, right, you do a news alert to explain, this law has just been passed. These are the implications for your business. What about going into a client to conduct training for employees of that client? All these different things are things that you can group under client management. But these are things that, distinguish or differentiate between one client and one lawyer and another when the level of competence of all the lawyers is the same. So client management is very important. We don't do it enough. And in my firm, it is something that we have started to focus on very lately. If you work for a bank, the people who make decisions to give work in that bank, do you know their birthdays? Do you call them up? What kind of relationship do you have with them? Do you go in to do trainings for them, like I said? These things are things that are very important. And then you have to be competitive in your pricing if you want to grow your client base. And that's where actually the two legs of the topic, come together. So you can't be talking about growing your client base without also talking about billing. The truth of the matter is that we operate in a very tough market. And it appears that there's a race to the bottom because every lawyer is undercutting. And the clients are feeling like kings. So that if you come and you say you're going to take X amount to do a particular work, the client will say to you, but this other client is going to do this work for Y amount. Now, most times, the clients that say those things to you, they may actually be bluffing. But the truth of the matter is that, realistically, you have to be moderate in your pricing. You can't price yourself out of the market, right? So there was once we were bidding for work. And then the client came to us and said, look, I want Alukanebode to do this work. But the truth of the matter is that the difference between what you're bidding and what the next person is bidding is X amount. And we don't, even though we believe you may be, we want you to do the work, we don't believe that the difference in quality between what you're going to do and what the next person is going to do is worth, the difference in your pricing. So it's very, very important not to price yourself out of retention as a client. Now, let me very quickly share my thoughts on, because I realize that my time is almost up. Let me very quickly share my thoughts on billing, the second aspect of the topic. So Dr. Ajibade mentioned the different types of billing, and I think it's important because you can't be talking about proper billing without understanding the different ways you can bill. And one billing method that is appropriate for one occasion may not be appropriate for another occasion. So you have retainers as a way of billing. That is something that my view is that lawyers should stay away from it, because except you've dealt with this client for a long time and you have a fair sense of what the client's legal problems on a yearly basis are. Otherwise, you'll be walking into, shooting in the dark. You just agree a lump sum, and then every legal problem that the client the client is throwing it at you. If you must do retainers, then you have to define the scope of work very carefully. And then you make sure that work that will take a lot of your time is not included in the division of the scope of work under the retainer. Then, of course, you have fixed fee, which is what most of us are familiar with. But when you work for mostly international clients, they are very resistant to fixed fee arrangements for the reason that Dr. Ajibade also explained. Because they may agree. With international clients as well is even when they do a fixed an hourly billing, they want you to give a cap. So they will say you bill on an hourly basis up to a certain cap. Once you hit $1 million, you're not going to be able to bill, you know. So if you understand these different types of billing arrangement that you have, then when you're being engaged by a client, you look at each of those billing arrangements and you ask yourself which one is the most suitable for this instruction, for this engagement. And then, like Dr. Ajibade also said, I see billing as more of a science than anything else. So sometimes people call me, Chuka, a client wants us to do this. How much should we bill a client? And I say to them, I can't answer that question for you. But what I can do is that I can give you some factors that you can take into account in, you know, in coming up with a fee that you want to propose. What are those factors? And I'll discuss them very briefly. The first is the length of time that an engagement is going to take you. Because as Dr. Ajibade also said, what we sell as lawyers is primarily our time. So if you're going to engage me to do work that will last for 6 months, then the fee that I'll be asking you to pay will not be exactly the fee I'll ask you to pay for engagement that will go on for more than 6 months. Unfortunately, for those of us who do litigation, because of the dysfunctionality of the court system, it's almost impossible to determine from the outset how long, the length of time litigation is going to take. So you have to take into account that, look, this thing can go on for a really long period of time when you're proposing a fee. And then one other thing that we do in my firm is that we do agree fees, right? And then reserve the right to negotiate a refresher after a certain period of time. So we can say, we are going to bill you X amount to do this work. But if this work goes on beyond 2 years, we reserve our right to come and negotiate a refresher fee with you. And we see that most reasonable clients will accept that. So length of time is very important. The other thing is the seniority of the resources that you're going to deploy. Obviously, there are certain instructions that, you know, when they come, you, the principal in the firm, may not have to directly deal with the matter. You may not assume day-to-day management of that engagement. So you can have your juniors in chambers, deal with them, and you provide overall supervision. Again, if you're not deploying very senior resources to do the work, that will be a factor to be taken into account in proposing a fee. The other one is the complexity of the issues, obviously. The more complex an issue is, the more fee a lawyer should be proposing. Now, this last factor that I want to mention is very controversial. It is whether the ability of the client to pay is a factor that should be taken into account in proposing a fee. And I've heard arguments on both sides saying, look, what the work you're doing is the work of you're doing. Whether you're doing it for Microsoft or you're doing it for a company that has a turnover of less than 10 million a year, it's still the same amount of time, the same resources that you're deploying, so it shouldn't make a difference. But I've also heard arguments to the effect that, look, if you have a client who has a better ability to pay, then that should be reflected in the fee that you're charging. But as a practical matter, what I do advise is, when you have a prospective engagement, you have to take all these factors that I've listed into account. At the end of the day, even when you're doing a fixed fee arrangement, it's always important for you to understand whether you are doing this work at a premium or you're doing it at a loss. So in my firm, even for work that we're doing on a fixed fee basis, we still compute the number of hours that we expend doing the work. So that at the end of the day, you're able to say, okay, I've done this work for X amount, but actually the value of this work to me is X plus 1, right? It's always important. And when you now do all the computation, you can now decide, okay, Because of the relationship I have with this client, I want to give a discount. Because of the ability of this client to pay, I want to add a premium. Because I'm looking to get more business from this client, I want to, give a discount. So there are actually no hard and fast rules about billing, but I do hope that I have some of these issues that I have raised, you'll find them useful whenever you are negotiating a fee or trying to propose a fee to a client. Thank you very much.
Let us say thank you very much. All right, so we're grateful for those very brilliant perspectives. And just to sum up what is said, so talking about growing your clientele, we talked about how that the best form of marketing is the quality of the work you do. As they say, a good product needs no advertisement. Then we talked about specialization. So we're encouraged to try as much as possible to concentrate on a subject. Although I have a question about this, but we'll talk about that later. Talked about client management. Talked about how it says we should be competitive in our billing. So don't price yourself out of market. And talked about methods of billing, retainers, and fixed fee. And that billing is a science. And he gave us certain things to take into consideration. I'm sure he has more, but being pressed for time, he gave us two, and which are the length of time and complexity of the issue. So we're still moving on to discuss this very important subject. But before I call on the next speaker, I just want to say that this is intended to be an interactive session. So we're going to have audience participation. So if you have questions, you could just put them on a sheet of paper and pass them on to us, so that if we have time, we would try to take as many as possible. I doubt if we'll be able to take verbal intervention this afternoon because of time, but you could just please write your questions. So I move on to Dr. Ilobinso for her perspective. You have the floor, please.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. So I would like to contribute with respect to growing your clientele. In the spheres we are in now, we have social media. So what is it that you're doing to be able to grow your clientele? How can you use social media to grow your clientele? And when I mean social media, I don't just mean Facebook or Twitter. I also mean things like LinkedIn or Mondak, having a newsletter. So whether it is as a law firm or as an individual lawyer, you need to be able to specialize. One, it doesn't mean that you would not practice generally, but at least you should be known for something. And for you to do that, you need to grow your expertise. You need to research. You need to keep growing. So don't just limit yourself to what you learned in university and in law school. You need to grow, because what we teach in universities is just is a tip of the iceberg. So you would find that as you go on, as you graduate and you start practicing, that the little contract law or the little tax that you were taught was just to provide you with a foundation. You would need to improve on what you have been taught. So you would need to keep improving yourself, because there's information everywhere. You don't even need to pay or to do an LLM. If you do an LLM, that's beautiful. If you go ahead and do a PhD, that's fantastic. But if you do not have the ability, maybe because of finances or because of time, to do this, you can always improve yourself every day. What have you added to the knowledge that you have? So you improve yourself and you share that knowledge, because you improve yourself and you keep that knowledge, it doesn't make any sense, so it doesn't help you at all. So to be able to grow your clientele, you need to share that knowledge that you have you have acquired. And that is where these mediums, the social media, LinkedIn, Monjack, that is where it comes in. So it would be good if you can share your knowledge on trending things, trending matters, on common questions that you have found that your clients usually ask. So you can provide them with little tidbits of knowledge. And it doesn't mean that it's an automatic thing that once you start posting or providing content on these platforms that you immediately get a rush of clients. You would not. But what you're doing is that you're establishing yourself as an expert. You are putting yourself out there so that when they need your help for the bigger things, they would remember you. Like during one of the sessions, one of the panelists actually mentioned something about resolution, law firm. And I don't know them, but it resonated with me because most times you ask for what to do about things, you would usually see that they have commentaries, practical commentaries that they have provided. So if you have expertise, don't just post for posting's sake, because social media can actually, and all those contents, they can actually work against you if you do not have expertise and you just go and be throwing things there. You would be exposing yourself and your ignorance. So if there is an aspect you are quite confident and you have knowledge on, you share it, provide commentaries. And by putting yourself out there, you're helping to increase your visibility. And the fact that when people think about tax law, when they think about product liability, when they think about personal data, privacy, they think about you. And if you, as a law firm, you can have newsletters. So many law firms are already doing that. And in those newsletters, you try your best to be as current as possible because things keep coming and going. There are matters every day. There was a bill that was recently signed. Do you have a comment on that? And, is it something that is newsworthy? You can even record a short video and put it out there. And so, as I said, the issue is not just about putting yourself out there and writing anything. It's about also showing that you have expertise, and you really have to have that expertise. You really have to keep studying and to keep improving yourself. And please, when you share those contents, try to not advertise. So the aim is to, increase your visibility, but in a way that is subtle. So you're not advertising yourself. You're not saying, come to my law firm. Like there was an outrageous one I saw on social media when someone posted a banner. Aside from the fact that the rules of our rules prohibit that expressly, is also distasteful. So as you provide those contents, make sure it is done in a way that you are not outrightly advertising. You are just showing yourself as knowledgeable in that field. I think that's all for that.
All right. Thank you so much for those. I love the perspectives because, they are kind of contemporaneous. So we're talking about social media here. So how many of us take advantage of social media? We all have WhatsApp on our phones. We all have LinkedIn. We all have, all these tools. So to what extent are we taking advantage of them to build our clientele? I find that very, very important. Please, let's take note of it. And it says that, of course, if you want to make use of those platforms, you should improve yourself. If they say the best time to fail is when you are anonymous, when people don't know you. So you don't want to go and start writing rubbish such that your firm or your brand is known, with failure. So that's why I believe she talked about improving yourself first and foremost before you start putting yourself out there. And then talked about, which of course is the derivative of that. There's nothing bad in having a newsletter as a law firm. Thank you so much.
All right, so I move to Mr. Davis. Please, your perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must say it is unfair that I'm being called last after 2 doctors have spoken and 2 senior advocates. But I'll try my best to say a few things about the issues now. Talking about building your clientele, like I always say, of course, and we all know, law is a business. That's the first thing. I don't think a lot of people look at law as just being a profession or the work I do, and they do not consider it to be a business that they actually do. So I think the first thing is know that law is a business. This is a business, and you must earn legitimate income from this business. Now, I would say a very important part or aspect of building your clientele is what we call packaging. So packaging means, like we all know, you must, first of all, make yourself presentable. How do I look? What is my appearance? Invest in yourself. Invest in how you look. Look sharp, look neat, smell nice. Because when you meet a prospective client, even before you speak, the client assesses you. How does this person look? Do I even want to listen to what he wants to say or what he has to say? And that first impression matters a lot. So we should take note of that. Invest in yourself. And the truth is that looking good is not expensive. That's the truth. You can spend the barest minimum and still look very neat and very sharp and presentable. But these days you find out that a lot of people are not bothered about their looks. They're not bothered about it. Knowing the law is important. I would say in this legal practice, packaging 70%, knowing the law 30%. If you don't know the law, you will get people that know the law to assist you. And that's just it. I'll move on to the next aspect, which is what Learned Silk, Mr. Ekwazom spoke about. Maintaining the relationship. But I want to coin it as being building your social capital. What does that entail? Investing in people, investing in goodwill. Because at the end of the day, you'll be able to call on that goodwill and call on that favor in the nearest future. You have a friend, not necessarily a client, not even an existing client. You have a friend, you have a family member who is doing a function. You are going there to attend a function or the party. Go there with something, no matter how little it is. Give it to the person. The person will always remember you for that. And if you make this a practice, in no time, you start seeing the results of your investment, because it's actually an investment. And it's something I learned not too long ago. I make sure now that wherever I'm going to, no matter how rich or wealthy I perceive the person to be, I go there with something. I say, take, this is for you, or take, this is for you. And I know it works a lot. It works a lot. And also your existing clients. Managing your existing clients is very, very important, because the competition out there is a lot. If you don't manage your existing clients, the next law firm will be there to manage your existing clients. And how do you manage your existing clients? Be concerned about their personal lives and their personal activities, like birthdays, things they do, just things outside the ordinary. Things outside the ordinary. Go the extra mile. So you even know them more better than you do know them outside the face of your practice and all. And that's for that. So the next thing, which we all know, is networking. Even this event is a networking event. This function is a networking event. You go to functions, and you don't just want to sit down and listen to whoever is speaking. That's not all you should go there for. Look at people. You can have targeted marketing rather. You look at people, you assess them, you know that, okay, I'm going for that person. And it's very simple. Although some people may be a bit shy initially, But if you practice constantly and continually, you will overcome that shyness. You walk up to someone, you introduce yourself, you tell them what you do, and you must make sure you always have your complimentary card. If you are a serious businessman, you do not see a serious businessman who never goes around with his complimentary card. Always have your complimentary card, because you can need it at any point in time. So you walk up, you introduce yourself, this is what I do, oh, here is my card, what do you do? And from there, you strike a conversation. Obviously, nothing may happen in 1 month, in 2 months. You just keep maintaining that relationship, reaching out to the person. But by the 3rd or 4th month, you'll be surprised. The person may reach out to you. It may just be an issue of law. Not like you are being briefed and you give your perspective and the person thinks, okay, this lady or this guy actually knows his stuff, knows his onions. And with that, you're able to build your clientele and also get more clients. Another important factor is visibility. So visibility entails you, like Doctor has said, social media visibility, online visibility, and also just being present, joining associations, joining committees, make sure you're going for functions. You don't just join committees or associations and just sit down in your office or sit down at home, expecting that because you are a member of that association or because you are a committee member, the briefs will come to meet you. No.
If you want to establish a criminal case, you pay in the check, and if it is returned unpaid, then you have a potential criminal complaint. Alternatively, you can just take it that you have not been paid for the service rendered, and you can then sue for your fees, as I mentioned earlier. But sometimes also there are certain clients that you don't really want to have. So some clients are not worth the trouble. A client who will give you a check and then ask you not to present the check and is going back and forth in relation to your fees, is probably not worth the headache anyway.
And I would like to add that to avoid an issue like that, as Dr. Ajibade already said, it is important that you take your fees up front. You might not take all of it up front, but at least as you progress, as you provide service, you need to be able to get 50%, 60%, 70%, so that when at the end of the provision of services, you do not get the remaining, you can easily let that one go, even though a little grudgingly.
Sorry. Let me very quickly add that there's an additional with your money upfront, even when you're dealing with a trustworthy client. There's something called time value of money, right? So if you agree 10 million today and you get paid 8 million today, some other person agrees 10 million and gets paid 1 million and gets 9 million after 3 years. The value of the money is different. So time value of money is also an additional reason you want to take as much as you can at the outset.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So I would direct my next question at Mr. Davis. So Mr. Equals of SAN was talking about things to take into consideration when billing, right? So the question is, to what extent should the size of a document be a factor? So if your perception of the document that you want to prepare is that it's going to run into thousands of pages, should that be a consideration when billing a client?
So I would say it depends on what brief exactly. If it's a litigation brief and you will have to roll out so many processes or make copies of so many documents, then I will advise can also charge cost or expenses as the case may be. But if it is just transactional, right? I believe, yes, that you should take that into consideration when actually billing your client. If you're going to have to be preparing 2-3 transactional documents that run into several pages, that's part. It will take you time to prepare those documents. It will take you a lot of research, and so yes, you should be paid for it. That's my view on it.
Thank you. So you're talking about series of documents
not the size of a particular document.
Then when billing your client, you need to take into consideration miscellaneous expenses, because you will definitely have to run some copies. You have to print. So it's not just about the time and the mental resources which you have put into the work. You need to, when billing the client, you need to also incorporate all those miscellaneous expenses. And okay, I think that's it. If I remember anything else, I'll add.
Thank you. Now, it says, can we have a template of what an hourly charges should be? And what are, okay, so I dropped that first part. So the second part says, what are the factors to be considered in charging hourly? So, I mean, I believe that has been taken care of by the things that was said earlier, but perchance there are other things that you would like to share.
Okay, so your hourly rate is actually the value you attach to work you do in 1 hour, right? Bigger law firms have different ways that they determine the hourly billing rates of their lawyers. And this may sound a bit complicated for people who are not used to that kind of practice. So every lawyer in a law firm has a cost. There's a cost. If you have a firm and you're employing 5 people, your colleagues, everyone has a cost, right? That cost takes into account different things. The salary that you're paid at the end of the month, the office space, your own share of rent, your own share of the expenditure, the total expenditure that the firm incurs. So that's why structured practices, they have budgets at the beginning of every year. You first, then you begin to get a sense of what the cost per head of each lawyer in the office is. You must then, in determining what the hourly rate of every lawyer in the firm should be, you must take into account what is a reasonable profit margin. So because I'm not just there to incur cost, I'm there to make a profit, right? So if my cost per month is, say, 500,000 naira, I have to build in a reasonable margin of profit. That may bring it to 1 million. I'm just using random numbers, right? So the question you ask yourself, you work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? 4 weeks a month. So how much do you have to charge per hour to be able to not only cover your costs, but also achieve that reasonable margin of profit? Once you're able to do this computation, you begin to get a sense of what you're, like I said, if you're not used to that kind of practice, it may sound, but this is what, there are some, you don't just pluck hours and say, okay, my hourly rate is $500 an hour. There's some computation that goes into it, right? But Dr. Ajibade made a very important point. If and when this remuneration order is passed, then the hourly rates in the order will provide valuable guidance, because they are minimum rates. You can, depending on your ability to bargain, you can then charge a premium over that hourly rate, over the hourly rates that are contained in the order. But please, let me just, because it will be remiss of me as a tax person if I do not make this point. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, but there's one error that many lawyers make in billing. And I thought it was important to bring it out since we are talking about billing. I should have mentioned it when I made my initial presentation. Whenever you render services to a client, you are by law required to charge value-added tax as part of your invoice. A lot of lawyers do not do so. And the risk you run is that the day the Lagos Internal Revenue Service will remember you, or the tax authorities, they will knock at your door, they will look at your bank account, And then they will take the value of all the revenue, the total revenue that you have earned in a year, and they will slam a 7.5 as a lawyer. It is the liability of your, the liability for VAT is borne by your client. But the law places an obligation. It's important, whether it is a bank, whenever you're sending an invoice, always remember to include, explain to them that this money is not coming to me, oh, this money is government money, but I have an obligation under the law to charge it, collect it, and remit it to the tax authorities. I just thought I needed to mention that. Thanks.
Very important point. Please, let's appreciate him for that. Very important point. I mean, you don't want to come back at the end of the day and then being liable for what was not meant to be your responsibility in the first place. Thank you. This is the last question that we're going to be taking on this segment. And it says, what can I do when my client accuses me of overcharging after the job is done, but the matter was undefended, and the client feels I've not done so much to be entitled to the balance of my fees? So this person worked for a client. I presume that a deposit was paid. Now the matter ended too soon, and then the client says, no way, there's just no way I'm going to pay you any balance. You were meant to go to court for 10 years. You just did something that you call notice of preliminary objection. I don't know what it means, but you're coming back after 2 months. No way. So, Dr. Idos, do you mind taking that?
Well, that takes us back to the classroom. Contract 101. If we go legalistic, the contract has been entered into, agreements have been made. You can't relegate on that contract. But then, it's always good to have goodwill. So you don't want at the end of the day to, if you as a person have also looked at the services you've provided, and you are sure that you're trying to gain from where you have not sold, it's not accepted, then I would, in my opinion though, I'm entitled to it, review and see if you can let that balance go.
Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for our speakers? Well, I just want us to also bear a few things in mind. You know, when we say proper billing for legal services, the question is, when do you start rendering legal service? And I think many of us will assume, after all, we know. And I give you an example. You go to your church, you live in a neighborhood, you go to old student association, and somebody says, oh, I just got this served on me. It could be a letter last Friday. What do you think? I can send it to your WhatsApp. Say, send it to me. And then you've read it. You say, oh, by the way, before this one, there were 2 other letters. Okay, send that to me also, or send it to my email. Now you got that. There is attached to that email a document that you start reading. Now, to you, you have not even on your own as a lawyer realized that you're already rendering legal service. And that's why I said, when do you start rendering legal service? Again, a friend calls you, my brother has just been arrested, they've taken him to Panti. Can you please do something? And then you get there, you think, okay, I'm able to talk to them, he was granted bail, and all you get is a thank you. Now, you also don't think yourself that you have rendered a service. So it becomes important for us as lawyers to also appreciate when we start rendering service. And when you get those little, help me do this. You know, some years ago, somebody came to our office, he narrated the issue he had, and I said, we can do this, but this will be the fee. The man said, oh, I have come so that you can help us. I said, that's the business we are doing here. Is that help? He said, so that you can help us. I said, that's what we do. We provide the help. But I'm trying to let you know what is due for providing that help. Because a lot of times, you know, remember Dr. Ajibade said it. Our services are seen and truly are intangible. So nobody sees it. So the person feels, because you have just quickly read this for me, is that why I should pay this amount? But what I always say is this. If the beneficiary of your service pretends not to know the value, you, the provider, must know the value. And I think that's why the problem is. You also think, well, it's nothing. Now, another example is, do we, you know, in civil procedure, we are taught that a counterclaim is an independent action. So a client comes to you, file an action. You have filed the action for the claimant. Or you didn't discuss the fact that in the process of filing the defense, the person we are suing may include a counterclaim. And you then discover that when the person includes the counterclaim, what he is asking for, maybe you are claiming 10 million. He says, as a matter of fact, this landlord all over our estate has posted defamatory publications about me. I'm claiming 300 million. What do? You didn't tell the client that we can do this if in the process the man includes a counterclaim, we will bill you separately. So I'm just giving you some insight where we think, okay, he has already instructed us, we will just defend the action. You know, and so we need to have a clear understanding of the dimension of the services we are rendering, and this is very important. Again, a typical case, we all assume matrimonial cost. It's just dissolution. What is the need? They don't want to be husband and wife anymore. We have one we're doing currently, and I remember that when the client spoke to me, I said, it's not the dissolution that will be the issue here. Chances are that your spouse will be asking for settlement of property. And I said that is where the major battle is. Because of course he knows that he has some substantial investment in real estate. So that point was made that you need to profile the client. But if you assume that normally you charge 250,000 for matrimonial costs, when the respondent files a cross petition and is asking for all the man's property in Ikoyi, you say, you didn't tell me you have property in Ikoyi. You know, meanwhile, you have limited it at matrimonial cost, 250. You are now saying that the woman said, no, I need 4 flats out of a particular tower in Ikoyi. So we need to have this understanding, because most times we should change ourselves. But the greatest enemy of lawyers are who? So we need to deal with that, because there is the tendency for clients to engage in commoditization. And it goes from one person to the other that, look, if you are going to do this deed of assignment, how much will you do it? You said this, I said no. Then it goes the next door. The person next door is even prepared to do it for a fraction of what you are going to do. So we ourselves need to ensure, because once somebody goes round and you find somebody staying on one spot, calling 5 different lawyers and offering some very demeaning amount as fees. So I believe that these are some of the things we need to consider. And we should do a bit of economics when it comes to this. I've had occasions where a client says, oh, I need a discount. I say, that's not a problem, provided you pay 100%. Because it makes sense for me for you to pay the 100% than for you to pay me 50% of a higher sum and I won't get the other one. I said, no, it's not a problem. You can get this provided you pay everything at once. And that's what the client did. The other bit is that we don't secure our interest. If you have for a client who is just an individual and you are doing 5-10 cases and the man dies, what happens? You know, it's not easy for you to go to his family and say, oh, you have done 10 cases, you should come and pay. They may look at it that the chief is dead. You know, what can we do? So these are all the dimensions, I believe. If you don't want your labor to be in vain, to get a commitment of the man letting you know, you letting him know, if anything happens, then it's going to form part of his estate. And then finally, when our good friend Adesokunbo was speaking, he mentioned a number of things, opportunity, visibility, and I observed that one of the areas not mentioned is also sponsored.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. You want to respond to that?
Do I have your permission?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, very well. I invited you here anyway. I thought the learned sick was going to do this. Our past chairman just asked for a very short time to make. Okay, you can come, sir. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, the chairman of education, if there's one, and panel members are very good learners, senior friends, doctor, and our chairman of the law with Mr. Digby and the vicar of the branch, that's Mr. Sheyi. He was converted vicar because we did our Thanksgiving on Sunday. Well, I listened very with rapt attention to all what is said. And I think everybody made very beautiful and solid points. But everything was said in the profession alone, as if it's outside of the economy of the country. These are very successful lawyers, at least materially, and they are well known for that. But for many of us, you know that we are operating in a depressed economy. That's the reality. But that's not even where I'm going to. I'm just going to the story I was told by late Chief Nadi Williams about what his own father told him, the very famous F.R.A. Williams of his time in politics, that they were having a discussion in the AG, and Chief Obafemi Awolowo was saying, don't worry, we have no problem with this matter. We have all these people in our rank. H.O. Davis, very good commercial lawyer, and the father of Fani Kayode, very brilliant criminal lawyer, and of course the FRA himself. And then the deputy to Chief Awolowo, that's the equally famous SLA Akintola said, àtikọ́ àti lọ́yà tí leader sọ, àmọ́ Benson mọ Adémọ́lá o. Benson was the, prominent person of the other side, opposition group, SNC. And Ademola is the Chief Justice of Nigeria. And that what Chief Akintola was saying is that, yes, we had quite brilliant lawyers.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Hello, sir. I'm sorry. Please, we would appreciate if you can bring down the noise level, please. Thank you.
Yes, that, but our opposition, they know the Chief Justice of Nigeria. And I said this now with what's happening recently in the country. Many of you are aware of what the husband of Buchukwa, JCA, said. The senator, he said it on the floor of the Senate, that I used to impress my wife. I used to, on the behalf of help my colleagues in their cases. And here we are talking about lawyers' fees. You prepare everything, the other side knows who to see. And these are part of the frustration that, because if you do not deliver as a lawyer, and as a lawyer who has the reputation of getting results by whichever means, it's important for us as the MBA. And when I talk of MBA, well, one of us is the General Secretary of the MBA now. But MBA IKEJA needs to really make things not too comfortable for things to be going on is going. If not, it affects our economy. And you know it. When the courts, especially for litigation lawyers, when the courts are not functional, when they are compromised,
You'll be citing all the law reports, whether electronic law report or Ganifa or whatever. And the other side will say, the judge will say, anymore, and you will lose. I thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for that. So very quickly, we're going to be moving on to the next. All right, so we'll very quickly moving on to the next segment of our program for this afternoon, and that is the discussion on financial planning for lawyers. To facilitate that for us is Mr. Kola Ayeye. If you flip through the brochure, you will see the intimidating profile that Mr. Ayeye commands. So without much preambles, I would like to invite Mr. Kola Ayeye to the podium to make his presentation. Please, a round of applause for him. And if we could please have some silence in the hall, we would appreciate. Is that okay? And please, let's restrict our movement a bit, please. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard at the back. Okay, good afternoon. Let me thank the NPA IKEJA District for giving me this very prime opportunity to share it with us. I want to recognize the panel, show a lot of work I've done. And then my dear brother, who I really respect his accomplishments in law, or beyond his accomplishments in law, I have a great respect for his ethics and his personal life. And you will see that I came to make a point that I'm not learned at all. So that even sartorially, you will see that my appearance leaves you in no doubt that you do not have a lawyer. But I'm sure that you will then tolerate me for a few seconds. I've been asked to share thoughts with you on financial planning for lawyers. And because context is important, rather than being theoretical, I'm going to attempt to leave us with a few thoughts, which I hope as individuals and then as an association under the Nigerian Bar will find useful. Essentially, because it's also 4 o'clock, 4:20 in fact, you know, I'm very grateful that you left my paper till the end of the day. I think most of you want to go. I won't take your time. I'm sure I'll get away without many questions. So when we talk about financial planning, we're talking about looking at what will give you, you know, a sense of security. The objective of financial planning is to achieve, you know, a sense of security. 1 second. Maybe you can make it. You know, we need a sense of security so that the things we need to do, our financial commitments over time, we can meet it. We all need to achieve our financial goals. And that's what financial planning seeks to do. You know, very quickly, I'm sure many of us will have heard of Warren Buffett. And one statement he made is that we should never depend on a single source of income. He says, try and have a different source of income. I'm sure you've heard the phrase several times, multiple streams of income. What I've found is that it is more theoretical than it's practical. It is much easier said than done. You know, most of us, at the end of the day, are tied to one major source of income that we have strengths in. And when it comes to multiple sources of income, the practical thing to do is that out of your major source of income, you need to be able to create some investments. which does not require your working. And then those investments start to produce income. So in practical terms, there are a few people who are gifted. So you may find somebody here who, if the law, the Nigerian bar will not sanction him, they have invested in a few other things that takes his time, a restaurant, some business here or there. But that's a very significant minority. Most people end up engaged with one major source of income. And practically what financial planning says is that you need to have some assets that generate income without you having to work for it. The general phrase is that they say your money should work for you. You know, here, where I'm coming from, I'm doing the work. You know, and when I get paid, I work for the pay. You know, but if I have some shares or some bonds or some other kind of instruments, I don't wake up to go there every day. The money works, and then at some period, I get some income. If I invest in a real estate trust or some houses, when the rent is paid, I typically don't go to the house to work every day. So I reduce financial planning to the fact that since most of us have one source of income, which significantly will be our law practice, how do I manage the income from law practice so that over time, I start to build some other investments that give me an income, regardless of what is happening in my law practice. Now, beyond the times when there are downtimes in law practice, is the fact that also, whatever work we are doing now, we are not only providing for our needs at this point. We are providing for at least 2 periods of time. One, times when there is an economic downturn, or even without an economic downturn, times when the business itself is not doing well, the practice is not doing well. You know, so the income you are earning today, it will appear to you that it's for today, but it's not only for today. Practically, it is for two other things. It's for those times when incomes are low, and it's also for the fact that you can't work with the same level of energy all the rest of your life. So you need to set out some investment that will take care of that. So that's what financial planning is. Financial planning, very simply, for people like you and I, just says, is there a way I can manage my income so that beyond spending it today, I'm setting aside something, I'm buying some financial assets, which hopefully generates income. And that income I can use in seasons when my income is low or seasons when I can no longer work. That essentially is what financial planning is. And that's all of the theory, a big theory around investment management is built. Now, here is giving context. Financial planning requires discipline and professional advice in all environments. Whatever environment you are, it takes a lot of discipline. However, when you are in a low income, high poverty, and high risk environment, I want to repeat that. When you are in a low income, high poverty, and high risk environment, such as we have in Nigeria, the discipline required is infinitely magnified. So, I thought that to give a context, I don't know about lawyers, but I hope I speak for you when I say that the environment is tough. I do hope I speak for you. It's a very tough environment. You know, over the last 15, 24 years, we've had inflation rates that, say for 3 or 4 years, are consistently double digits. In fact, for the current regime that has just changed, you know, the last 2 years, for the last year, inflation was over 20%. That kind of environment is tough. Not only inflation, our debt profile, which was just about $11 billion in 2010, in aggregate, is now over $100 billion. That's how much debt that the last regime has left over with. That's a lot. That is huge. Now, what makes it more difficult is that if we aggregated that debt, and you can see what it has done. You know, so for example, if you could get in a train and come here, and you don't have to go in traffic, you know, if all of you who are struggling to send your words to school in the UK, if you can't send to UK, you send to Egypt, you send to Egypt, send to South Africa, send to South Africa, send to Ghana. If all of us are saying that the schools that we went, I mean, because I'm no longer that young, the schools that we went are back to as good as they are, then we know what we spent the money for. All we have seen is huge debt, and we really can't see the benefit. So we have this huge debt. Exchange rate has moved from 148 to about 448, and that is, you have to be very, very, you have friends in very high places to even get it at 448. It is now close to 750. That is almost, those levels of risk are unthinkable. To have exchange rate that a number of years ago was about 150, and today it's 500 on the 450. On the free market, it's 750. We are in an environment where there is low income. The per capita income of Nigeria is just about $2,000. It's lower than the $2,300 that it was. We're quite poor. And we have become the poverty capital of the world. More than 100 million of us are living below the poverty line. I wish I could say that lawyers have succeeded in passing, in getting a perpetual injunction restraining poverty from affecting them. But unfortunately, you haven't. So as much as it affects everybody, it affects you. One of the challenges about population is that our population typically is growing faster than our rate of economic growth. Now, you see, when your population is growing by about 3% and your economy is growing less than 3%, what it means is that poverty continues to deepen. So I just wanted to paint a picture that these things affect us. The reason why practice, I think, may be a bit tougher or a lot tougher than it could be, it's not just about, is that the environment is tough. This environment is stifling. And essentially, when you reduce that to a stifling environment, it means that growing income is challenging and costs tend to keep going up. So the job of saving in order to invest is much more difficult in our environment. Now, rather than going into all of the theory of financial management, well, I think it's better to leave you with a few practical words. Before I talk about the theory of financial management, I'm going to attempt to do three things. I'll make 1 or 2 points that's general. But in terms of dealing with this, I want to suggest some individual initiatives, which I will ask everyone to think about. And then third, I think I would also like to leave the industry with some industry initiatives to think about. Now, one of the things that either formally or informally you must do in all areas is that you need to have some kind of budget. A budget does not mean that you have a budget session where you present it to the parliament that consists of your wife and your children, or your husband and your children. But you have a sense of how much money is coming in and what you choose to spend it on. And after having chosen to spend it on, what you actually spend it on and how it compares with what you intended to. You need to have a budget. A budget as a tool is important. You need to have a sense of how much you are earning and what you plan to spend it on and what you're actually spending it on. That is very important. It doesn't need to be elaborate, but it needs to be practical and it needs to be effective. Are you with me? That's very important. It is necessary everywhere. It is much more important in a place like ours where we have this very hostile environment. People use different kinds of guides. I don't want to bother you. What would be general guides of what you spend on housing and utilities or food and other household items, clothing and personal. That's not what is most important. What is important is that you have a plan that recognizes how much you earn, how you want to spend it, and measures how much you actually spend. That is very important. The second thing is, having created this environment, I want to leave you with a few thoughts, some individual initiatives, and 3 things. Number 1 is you need to change your approach and your understanding of savings and investment. And this is something I keep learning. For most of us, savings and investment is what you do after you have met your needs. That's how the average individual grows up thinking about savings and investment. I have income, I have expenses, what is left, I save. It never works. Expenses have a way of always threatening to grow, to be as big as income is. People who say, and please, I'm not being theoretical, I do recognize that there are significant income challenges. I do not take away from the fact that there may be people who sit here and say, practically, with the income I have, I'm not sure I can save. I won't really argue with you, but this is what I will say to you. If your mindset remains that when I'm taking care of expenses, I will save and invest, you're never likely to save. Let me give you one example. Today, the Nigerian Pension Fund, which started about 15 years ago, has about 15 trillion naira in it. It is my estimate, in my own judgment, next to the Banking Act, which created the CBN and allowed banking licenses somewhere in the 50s, and perhaps the law creating the Nigerian Stock Exchange, which I think was in the early 60s. I think the most consequential financial regulation that we have had in Nigeria is the creation of the pension fund. It is the most consequential legislation. And I think that by 2050, the pension fund will be bigger than the banks in aggregate. Now, here is how pension works. The people who contribute to pension, if they were paid their salary and allowed the discretion of putting it in the fund, I doubt that the Nigerian pension fund will be more than 2 trillion now. The reason why we have 15 trillion in the pension fund is that for those who are in employment and whose employers comply, we don't have a chance to touch the money. The money is deducted at source. What is the lesson? The lesson is that people's attitude to saving and investment must be that saving is something I do as a discipline. Not because I can afford it. So I save first and then I live on the rest. Somebody say you can flip it this way. No matter how small my income is, one way to acquire this discipline is to ask myself, if my income was 10% less, would I have died? So to say to yourself, if whether it's 10% or 5%, that if my income was that less, that's what I would have had to cope with it. So to say, okay, I assume that what I earn is that percentage less, so I can invest. That's the way to invest. Money is a proud, arrogant, crafty animal that has a way of running away from you. So the first thing I wanted to leave you with as an initiative is you need to change your attitude. Particularly as Nigerians in this, you must learn to say, I save and invest because I have chosen to as a discipline, not because I can afford to. The second thing is that you need also to change your attitude towards expenses, particularly some things like assets. We have a very consumption-intensive culture. And there are some things we need to start to reassess. So for example, when I'm talking about financial planning, so of course some of us, they are, big shots, fat cats, fat briefs, large accounts, my manager should probably take your cards and come and talk to you. But what I'm talking about for most people, some radical things you need to think about is if you're already in your early 40s, mid 40s, approaching 50, before you finish building a house, you need to ask yourself, do you actually need? Do you need a house as big as you are used to? One wing of a kitchen, it's a single dwelling place. Now, if you look around at many of our uncles in many of the cities, 5-10 years after they move into those houses, all the children have left the house. And those big houses are empty. I'm not going to get very, one of the things that may annoy me in the last few weeks is that I started feeling some pain on my knee. So one of the things that now happens is that even walking upstairs there are people who, the room they build for themselves is upstairs, but they can't go there again. They live downstairs. Okay, so you see, if you can afford it, you are in a lot of money, it's not a problem. But I'm saying today, if in the last 5 years you have been building that house small, you're already in your early 40s or you're approaching 50, you need to reassess. Should this house be a big house? Or should I remodel it to live in a 3-bedroom flat and have 2 other apartments there, which number one will generate rent? And then also, in addition to generating rent, when these kids have gone, I will have some company. One of the reasons why the Japanese live long is because they created things that make for a lot of communal living among them. So I want you to look at if you are going to succeed in Nigeria in a stable, for a stable retirement, whatever that retirement means, or a life where your sources of income are consistent. And one of the ways to do that is to have financial assets, not just your income. You can't be the average Nigerian. Your attitude towards expenses, towards asset acquisition must be different. There are a lot of assets that we can't afford. We deceive ourselves that we can afford it. What is more painful is that a few years down the line, you see many of those houses, particularly when the owners are close to retirement, maintaining them is even a problem. When you look at them like they've not been painted, So that's the second thing. The third thing, as an individual initiative, is that there is a Yoruba proverb that says that Agbajo Wall Afin Sawyer. I don't know the English because you guys are lawyers and you are wordsmiths. Somebody will help me to translate it. But it simply just says that there is strength in numbers. One of the things you need to consider is you need to have a more receptive and open attitude towards collective schemes that seek to solve the financial problems of practicing lawyers communally. And that's why I talk about being practical. Now, talking about industry initiatives, I've spoken about 3 personal initiatives. I want to quickly mention 6 industry initiatives that I will commend to the leaders of the NBA in this zone and beyond. First of all, we can communally find a way to make the starting of life a bit easy for the youngest lawyers. In Ibadan, there is a practicing lawyer, a senior advocate, that has set up about 3 or 4 offices and libraries. It is his own way of giving back. So it is available to young lawyers, I think, in the first 2 to 5 years of their practice, if they're not working for anybody. They can go and use the library and use the practice for their own practice. It's up to them after they are 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years to decide what they want to give back to. You see, what that is doing is that you are letting young people know that in those early stages, because at the end of the day, I'm saying financial planning is about income, less expenses, then you have a surplus you can invest. There's nothing stopping for the number of lawyers that we have. I don't see anything that's stopping the NBA in making that kind of investment, provided the young lawyers are financial members of NBA and make their contribution. That's one. The second thing is, I once asked somebody, the second point I want to make is, I once asked a friend of mine that when companies like Chevron or Nestle, when they hire drivers and they pay them 100,000 or 150,000 or 200,000 naira monthly, is it because they don't know that they can find drivers who are equally good for much less, or for the 50,000 naira that they pay? No. It is that there is an ethical construct that determines what they do. That says, if this business is doing well, there is a minimum level below which nobody associated with this business should fall. So there is an ethical construct that makes people who can afford it not pay what the market dictates, but pay what is fair and what they can afford. Now, I do know that practice is challenging, but on a moral suasion basis, not on a compelling basis, the lawyers that are doing very well, the industry has a duty to encourage them to pay the young lawyer not what market dictates, but what they can afford. Because that's the beginning of an income that can cover expenses so that you can save. Now listen, most of us will only be able to afford what the market can pay. But there are some of us that can pay more than what the market can. And so we should pay what is fair. The third thing that we should look at, and now I want to quickly mention, because I think lawyers are also a decent number. There are 4 collective investment schemes that this wing of Nigerian Bar in IKEJA, or Nigerian itself, can collect. One, for example, is there's nothing stopping us from looking at collective real estate development schemes. Absolutely nothing. Nothing stops the law profession or a wing. Thank you very much. I mean, this helps me, so that means I can run away without questions. So, we can have collective real estate investment schemes. Some will buy units, and some will just retain as investors. The other thing is that we can have a collective savings fund that we encourage lawyers to save regularly in, that an asset manager, such as GTL, which I manage, represents. Ultimately, there is nothing stopping that kind of fund in becoming a PFA at some point that caters to the needs of lawyers. Policemen have a PFA, some professional groups have PFAs. That's the reason why lawyers can't. The other thing is that we can negotiate a collective health insurance that is cheaper and that those who want to participate can invest in. Because one of the things that disrupts finances is when you go sick, you know. And the last is that we can also have a collective life insurance. I want to recommend these 4 things for the industry to think about. Now, these things I've said, the individual initiatives and the industry initiatives, they're not things you will find in any book. And they're things I really want to commend to your consideration. That said, generally, now talking about financial management, the ones you find in theory, the ones that everybody will come to think about, they are professional financial managers, such as myself. The firm I run is called Growth and Development Limited. And we have mutual funds. Those mutual funds invest in different classes of assets. And because that is what we learned while you are learning how to say my lord, you know, we tend to do it better than you would. Now, I will leave a copy of this presentation with Mr. Deji. I will encourage him to share it with the association. What I recommend to you is that choose an asset manager carefully. Let him advise you on 1 or 2 of the funds that they manage. And so, based on your preferences for risk and for return, choose one of those funds. And that is that one that is costing money to you. Set a particular percentage of what is available. In here we have the money market fund, carry POP. We have a balance fund that invests in both equity and fixed income. So you can do that. You know, when that has grown up to a state, 10 million, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, whatever your manager tells you, you can then tell him that I want you to do my investment for the general fund, and I want you to on how you can manage it. But after the whole of the theory of financial management, what I want to recommend to you is that the mutual funds are funds which a professional manager manages. He buys this financial assets. They know what to buy, when to sell, you know, and they ought to be transparent in the context of the fund and compare their results to specific indices. You know, as a lawyer, one of the best ways to keep a step in big investment is to have an asset manager, a professional fund manager that you keep dropping some of your income into. And I have an objective, I think of a particular fund, you have a particular conversation. Choosing my portfolio to now be taken out of the general fund. I hope no typical theoretical concept. I hope it will be. Thank you.
All right. So if you agree with me that Mr. Ayeye is a passionate orator, please give him a better round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. So our goal is to leave here by 5 p.m., right? And so if I'm going to be asking us to send our questions to you. Okay. So if you have questions for Mr. Ayeye, please send in your questions so that we could ask. And while we do that, I would, starting from Mr. Adetokunbo Davis, can we have final words? Maybe like a minute or 2? Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Final words, I will say, like Dr. Pinero SN always says, for those who are litigators, treat every date in court as your date with destiny, because your colleagues are praising you, the judges are praising you, the registrars are praising you, even your adversaries are praising you, and your adversary may eventually become your client. We've seen that happen so many times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr.
So, I know we didn't discuss that, although you mentioned it briefly. In light of subsidy removal, and the rise in cost of living, I would suggest that most of us, especially those that own firms, principals, we review the salaries of our juniors. I know times are hard for everyone, but they're also especially hard for the juniors too. So I would advise, because when we graduate students, it's kind of discouraging knowing that we are pushing them into a system that doesn't pay well. Lawyers are said to be the worst employers of labor. Don't stone me. I didn't say it. So I would advise, that we change that, because we've talked about how to, grow our clients, but also how do we help our employees who are also lawyers to be able to earn a decent living.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adibade.
I think I'll continue from where Doc has just left off. I remember on this specific issue of remuneration for lawyers, a couple of years ago, when I was contesting for presidency of the bar, I made the point that remuneration is not a young lawyer, senior lawyer issue. Remuneration is a lawyer in employment and lawyer that is employing issue. Because you have senior lawyers who are in employment, just like you have junior lawyers who are in employment. And you have junior lawyers who are employers of other lawyers, just the same way as senior lawyers. So the divide really, as Doc has pointed out, is between those who are employing and those who are employed. And the point I also made, which I think this session really speaks to, is that unless we increase the earning power of the profession as a whole, just pursuing, lawyers want to be paid better, we're just whistling in the wind. Because a lawyer who is an employer of other lawyers, who himself is struggling to pay his children's school fees, and then you're telling him that, he should pay his lawyers, the lawyers working for him, he should pay them more. It's not realistic. So we need to collectively work on how we ensure that our profession is better able to remunerate all of us, both those who are employing and those who are employed, properly. And that's why I said I was so excited about the remuneration for legal practitioners bill. I think that we need to push for that thing to be passed so that the profession as a whole can start generating the type of income that is required for us to enable to retain our dignity as professionals.
Thank you so much for that.
So my last word, I will actually draw the inspiration for it from what a former chairman of this branch, Ramimba, said. You see, we can have all the beautiful conversations around how to bill properly. But the truth of the matter is that if the public, the people that we serve, do not have confidence in the services that we provide, these conversations will not yield any result. So we as a profession must be ready to deal with the issue of corruption. Because if we do not, it will continue to adversely affect our ability to earn revenue and to bill. If a prospective litigant believes that a better way to achieve success is to go and give money to the judge, you can talk about proper billing all you want. You're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything. So we as a profession, we need to start identifying threats, external threats, things that affect our ability, to earn revenue in the profession, and we must decisively start to deal with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So, do we have questions for Mr. Ayole? All right, sir. Please go ahead.
Mr. You spoke so glowingly about the Pension Reform Act, and I have no doubt, I agree with you that it's revolutionary. But a little concern I have at the back of my mind is and you, as an expert, do you think that that fund in itself, given all the statistics and the trends you mentioned in terms of inflation, etc., do you think it's retaining its value for the contributors?
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, I think you asked a germane question, and I go straight to the point. It's not. It isn't. I just had a conversation with my pension manager that the kind of rates of return on which, because I'm environment, the reason why I'm having a conversation with my pension fund manager is I've been forced to put some money aside over the years. I don't like the conversation that they're not earning enough, but it's a much better conversation that there is no conversation to be had at all. That said, let me now also provide a context. And he doesn't know I'm here. I think one of the most under-celebrated Nigerians is Mr. Bola Adeola. Not many people have the fortune in life of starting an organization such as Guarantee Trust Bank that is a leader in a sector, and also leading the reinvention of a sector such as pension fund. Our pension fund laws are close to global based. Now, what informed, I think, the motivation of pension fund? They were extremely too careful on the investment side. Because here was their thinking. People who own pensions are, when they withdraw the money, they are already tired. And they don't have any options to correct any mistake the manager will make. So they decided not to give the managers room to be entrepreneurial or to take risk. So the philosophy was, if you don't make enough, at the minimum, don't lose it. That was one thing. The second thing that guided their philosophy was that, you know, one of the things that led to instability in banks was that post-liberalization, after the Babangida regime, so many licenses were issued. There is a sense in which, when in an industry, intensity of competition is too low, it is not good. But there's also a level of intensity that is destructive. That is part of what we're saying. That the level of intensity in legal practice is such that we are destroying value because we keep dropping prices. Now, what was also built into the Pension Act for almost 10 years was that it didn't even allow competition. How? It says you can't change your pension manager. The whole idea was that it wanted to discourage a situation where the sole basis on which people are choosing their PFA is that this one says last year we did 18%, this one says we did 22%, this one says we did 25%. So they say don't do it. Now that said, they have started to adjust it. Am I satisfied with it? By all means, no. In fact, one of the problems we have is that because the managers were not encouraged to take risks, too much of the money is with the federal government, is with Buhari. Sorry. Now with his successor. So yes, there is that problem. I think what all of us as stakeholders and holders of the pensions will continue to do is that we should continue to push for reform and improvement on that side. I don't want us to get to a point where the pension fund managers start to compete strictly based on rate alone. Once we start to do that, we're going to push them to take risks that will lead to loss. However, this situation where there is no transparency at all, if you ask me, what's the rate of return on ARM's pension? I don't know. What's the rate of return on Stanbic? I don't know. That is also the other extreme. Let's insist they move to the middle. But as informed people, we must also insist that they don't move beyond the middle. Because if they move beyond the middle, we're going to pay a heavy price for it. But yes, we need a slightly more entrepreneurial and risk-taking pension fund management. We need them to do more than they're doing. There's no reason why they shouldn't.
Let me see.
Mr. Yeye, I have a question for you, and I think you've sort of answered that question, but I'll still ask. So I know that there are approved investments that pension fund administrators can invest in, right? But you just told us that a lot of that pension money is also with the federal government, and you told us that the federal government is broke because of all the debt. Is there a risk that I'll retire in 15 years and there's no money anywhere to give to me?
Anytime you give money to anybody, there is a risk that when you show up to collect your money, the money won't be there. But that said, it is often said that the risk of default of a sovereign in its local currency is very low. So it's possible, but it's extremely, you know why it's extremely low? If there are, in 15 years' time, let's say there is 30, 35, 40 trillion of pensions money that has been invested in government securities, and government can't pay. What does it take? Your representative and mine in the National Assembly will say that government must pay this debt. And even if CBN has to lend government another 27 trillion, you know. No, this one is even better. You know why this is better than Ways and Means? Ways and Means is very irresponsible. I'm sorry, because I always respect gathering of elites such as this. Please permit me one moment to just digress. Because one of the things we need to realize is it is hard to live above the health of the system. That is something we don't get. As black people, we don't seem to get it. We tend to look for how things will be okay for me. It is necessary for things to be okay for everybody. Now, one question that has been worrying me, I have no love lost for the CBN governor that has not been arrested. But you know what worries me more? What kind of people are we? Why did we sit and tolerate this? I mean, how could we sit and see such abuse and do absolutely nothing about it? How? How? So, you see, until I'm very passionate about the system. I mean, there are jobs I've walked away from, not because they weren't paying, but because I believe they were destroying value in the system. And very well-paying jobs, you know. It is important for the system to be healthy. So that said, I think that we need to force, you know, let me only say one thing. I expect that in the next 12 months, GDL will launch a save-to-own home ownership program. And one of the things it will do is that it will take advantage of a provision in the Pensions Act that allows you to take 25% of your pension balance towards buying a home. Those are the kind of things that we should do. But I think that when we get to the point where there's default, I think government will pay. If it means that government will issue notes and CBN will buy the notes, government will pay. That's the only time sovereigns have a high risk of default is when they are borrowing in a currency that is not their own. So that one they can't print. You know, CBN can't lend federal government dollars. You know, or they can only lend to the extent to which they have earned it. But if it is Naira, the whole of the country will pay for it. Because that is what happens when you print money. You devalue what is in the hands of every other person. So that's my answer. I don't know whether that takes care of that.
All right, sure. Thank you very much. Okay, so may I at this point invite Mr. Adegute for his intervention.
Thank you so much. Let me start by saying I'm very, very proud of my membership of this branch. I'm happy that I'm able to make it down to Lagos today be part of this program. And I must say that we couldn't have gotten a better panelist than those that we have here before us. So we must give kudos to the chairman of the Law Planning Committee for the job very well done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. At about this time yesterday, I was in Kaduna, attending another law Banara branch in Kaduna State. And interestingly, we're actually talking about something similar, which is of course not in this context. We are talking about how lawyers can earn better in the profession. And having listened to a lawyer, I thought I was developing my oralism. But I'm happy that we brought someone who is not a lawyer, who understands the importance of saving for the future and working towards it. And of course, not just that he understands it, he practices it. That is his profession. So as a guru, I think we cannot but appreciate that wealth of knowledge that we have shared, in this afternoon or this evening. But what I actually would like to say is that beyond saving for the future, it is important, and I'm happy that you mentioned the fact that Nigerian pension fund is one of the best globally. Just last week, myself and my more Dr. Ajibade was at the ICT conference, arbitration conference in VI, where in the course of one of the panels, they were talking about the fact that the Nigeria Arbitration Act is actually better than that of the UK. So what that means is that we have some of the best laws in the world. Our laws are always well thought out, most of the time, especially the recent ones. But the problem really is the fidelity to the implementation of those provisions in our laws. And that is why I have to talk about not just the pension fund, but even the attitude of investors, investment managers. Because I've had the opportunity of being briefed. I'm serving as General Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association. I have limited time to go to court these days, but at least I can still stay some solicitor work. So I have the option of being briefed about some cases that have to do with investment. The clients are in the US, about 5 of them, and we're in the process of actually taking action against these investment managers. They kept collecting money over the years because they were investing, believing they were saving for the future. But just about around sometime late last year, I think July last year, I think the company started acting funny, and they claim to have problems. The issue now is why we are encouraging our members, our colleagues, to save. How do we ascertain a credible investment manager to, bank our money with, saving for the future? Because it's one thing to save, it's another thing to be sure that that money is actually there for you when you need it later. Just as we are talking about pension fund, your money is being deducted every month. After 20 years of after retirement, you start struggling, running up and down. We hear case of pensioners dying, trying to pursue, claiming their pension. Why should that be the case? So what do we do as a nation, as a country, and as a people to ensure that when we have funds in the hands of other people, there is some level of certainty that we will actually make the money there when we need it? And more importantly, how do we go about changing the narrative to ensure that we do not have people. We saw the case of the fellow who stole the pension fund, the director, what? Yes, yeah, Mina, a few years ago, he became a billionaire. He's just a director in the ministry, and he was a multi-billionaire because he was stealing pension funds. So how do we stop that kind of situation? That one individual will not siphon, the future of the rest of us. Thank you very much.
Very, very thought-provoking, what I call rhetorical questions there from the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Adegbite. Thank you very much. We'll take the final intervention.
I'm sorry.
It was just a comment.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say those comments are very germane. But please, just one or two things to add. What actually makes the Nigerian pension law one of the best in the world is that it's impossible with the Nigerian pension law. You see, what we've created with the Pension Act was that the managers of the funds are different from the custodians. So that separation means that so for example, my pension fund is Stanbic IBTC. My monthly pension contribution doesn't go to Stanbic IBTC. It goes to a custodian, which may be UPA. Ojulofiri, Eteo. The nature of our pension act is that the manager never touches the assets. And that's what makes it global best. It goes to the custodian. And then, when the manager is giving instructions to invest the fund, there are investment guidelines that the law has approved. The custodian is under obligation of law not to obey if the instruction is different from the law. It is watertight. However, when I don't like the 8% or the 10%, I can then say to an asset manager, this money I'm giving you is not in pension. It is discretionary. Manage it for me. That one is under the control of the asset manager. And that is where your assessment of the quality of the asset manager becomes important. So when you are investing, you need to make the call. If your funds are being held by an independent custodian, independent of the asset manager, you have a very, very high level of safety. If it's a discretionary investment scheme that the pension manager is the one that is going to hold the assets, then you need to do a due diligence on the stability and the quality of that asset manager. But the way our pension fund is, it's not impossible. It's almost impossible for the money to get lost. That is why, it is, and the reason why we could do it was because the pension fund had not evolved. So that's what makes our pension system great. It has those checks and balances. But you can take your money and give me and say, Kola, don't put it in a pension fund. Manage it for me. That means the assets are with me. And if my balance sheet becomes unstable, then you may lose it. So it's a question of risk and reward. But I thought that for the fairness to the pension system, it was important just to make that distinction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. So, please join me in expressing our appreciation to our panelists for giving their expertise and insights. Interesting topic of discussion that we had today. And we're going to be ending now. If I were to give my final point, I would rebrand this as 3 steps to wealth creation for lawyers. First, grow your clientele. Second, build properly. And third, plan your finances. Have a good evening. Have a photo, a family photo.